In high school, I was babysitting for a single mom and her 2 kids. It was the middle of winter, and when I arrived, it was already pitch black out, like 6 p.m. She lived in a duplex. While I was standing in the living room with her and her girls talking about how the rest of the night would go, a little boy in full snow gear came through her front door. He stomped through the living room past us, headed down the stairs to the basement. The mom never even looked at him or stopped talking. The girls didn't make any acknowledgement that they saw him. I was super weirded out, but I was also an extremely introverted teenager, so I didn't ask the mom what was up. Just assumed I'm watching another kid. Once the mom left, I asked the girls who the little boy was that came in, and they both said that they had no idea what I was talking about. So I got brave and grabbed a broom and headed downstairs. It was a small, unfinished basement. One single room with no closets or anything. No one was down there. The little boy definitely had not come back upstairs in that time. It was so weird, and the only time that I've ever truly believed I experienced something paranormal. I normally scoff at ghost stories and stuff, but I had a hard time scoffing this one off. What made you quit your most recent job? This was such an oddball question, a real scroll slower, probably because it related to my situation so incredibly I couldn't move on. When I read it, I knew my answer right away, and well, here we are. Morning, friends, I'm Addie. I've always been an early bird, and I appreciate structure and routine. Speaking with therapists, I have a lot of abandonment issues that have led me to treat relationships and jobs like an oath in blood. I've cut people off that probably didn't deserve it while keeping people close that were toxic from the start. It's the same for my employment history too, sort of. I've never had a meltdown at my place of work, but I have stayed in positions that made me want to ride the elevator to the top floor and jump from the roof. And yet, every morning I'd get up, get dressed, and go there, simply because I hated change. I hate feeling like the now will soon be something else. There's a story about King Solomon and his search for a ring, one that when he wore it and gazed upon it, if he was happy, the sight of it would make him sad. But when he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders and the sun forgets to rise, the ring will fill him with joy once again. He offered 1 bag of gold for the one who could obtain such a ring and bring it to him. It seemed as though he'd given an impossible task to anyone who volunteered. Over the days, he was brought rings from all around, most of them adorned with expensive jewels and rubies. Some changed colors depending on the amount of light it was given. All of them were rejected by the king. Seeing all these beautiful rings being tossed aside led one of his followers to think about the obscure request in a different way. And when he did, he knew exactly what to do. He went out and purchased a cheap wooden ring from a small shop in town. Then he went down a couple of doors and had it engraved. And when he presented this ring to King Solomon, the inflated smile he wore slowly melted into a frown. And with that, he told one of his guards to fetch the peasant his reward. What was engraved on the ring that the king was so moved by would later be revealed to say, "This too shall pass." I thought about this a lot in my job, like a reminder. Both good and bad times are temporary. It served as a source of comfort and perspective for me during difficult periods. So back to the question, what made you quit your most recent job? The funny thing is, I did that today. I felt so much guilt. I work at a preschool for the deaf. The staff there is composed of a few deaf teachers and a few hearing, all fluent in ASL. It's not a big facility, and because of the special needs of the students, it's difficult finding qualified candidates. We're constantly low-staffed and filling in for each other. It gets wearing on the spirit knowing that you're only waking up and getting dressed because you're obligated to your own personal work ethic. And that's the thing. My coworkers bust their asses off just like I do. It takes all of us to open the doors every morning. Not physically, but you get what I'm saying, I hope. I feel terrible leaving the team, and I can say that I really did like everyone I worked with, and the pay was really good, almost double my last job. But this school is so fucking haunted, and I'm so fucking sick of feeling scared when I'm alone making lesson plans. Things are always falling off of shelves, cabinets are always open when I swear I just closed them. Try blaming that on a kid when they're out at recess. You can't, and then you get real shivery and try everything in your power not to hop on your bike and ride home. And that too, this place was biking distance from my house. It was literally my dream job, but I couldn't do it anymore. Sometimes the kids would notice the toys moving on their own. That was a regular occurrence. This Toy Story dinosaur in particular kept turning its head to look at us while we were having circle time. When we'd have our cleanup song and put everything away at the end of the day, I'd take the kids to their parents' pickup. And when I'd go back to the classroom, that one T-Rex would always manage to find its way back to the middle of the carpet. None of the other teachers seem to have things happen, or at least they're not admitting it. Maybe it's just my classroom. This is or would have been my second year teaching there. The first year, I didn't experience any activity. Over the summer, they did a lot of construction from the grant, and the old building that's been around since 1970 got a whole new renovation. Returning this year, we had a chance to get our classrooms ready before the kids came in the following week. When I walked into my room and saw the touch screen and everything, all new countertops, sinks, cubbies, all of it, it was insane, all the technology upgrades they expected us to learn and get down in a week, but it was exciting. And then we had one more staff meeting in the cafeteria the night before the first day of school. It goes a little late with all the questions that we had about how to use the new equipment, and by the time the meeting adjourns, it's dark out. Before the meeting, I'd accidentally left my laptop plugged into the charger in my classroom, and I needed to go back and get it. The buildings are laid out in an L shape. The cafeteria is located at the center of the L, and my classroom is at the top, opposite the front doors. The double doors at the end of my hallway lead to the playground. With it being after hours, most of the hallway lights were off, and all the classroom lights were off except mine. I remembered turning them off before I'd left for the meeting, but I was also walking back to grab a laptop I'd forgotten. I could have easily bobble-brained the lights as well. Who knows, right? But as I got closer to the room, the lights turned off. I must have been preoccupied with what I was going to do after I left the school because I didn't think of it past. That was weird. Before the next thought pushed the anomaly out. As I walked through the doorway, I flipped on the lights and headed toward where my laptop was plugged in. But before I got there, I heard the sink turn on in our hand washing station. The new sinks are motion censored, and I was pretty sure I couldn't set it off from that far away, but it's possible. When I get to my desk, I have to climb under to unplug the laptop from the power strip. While I'm under my desk, I hear the sink turn on again. This time, I know there's no way I could have done it, and my heart starts to beat a little faster. I look up from the desk at a sleek rectangular faucet as it continues to spit water. That side of the room was darker, and when the sink turned off, I saw the red sensor on the bottom of the faucet and realized whether the sink was going or not, that red light should have still been visible. So what I had just watched was something unblock the sensor. I got chills and quickly exited that evening. The new school year begins, and throughout these past 4 months, the little stuff with the toys and the cabinets started happening. It felt like the energy had soured in my classroom. I dreaded waking up to go to that place every day. Sometimes I'd be sitting at my desk and suddenly feel an overwhelming wave of sadness for no reason. I became depressed. I've been depressed. It's been like something has been feeding off my normally bright and positive energy since the school year started. But I couldn't abandon my team, so I continued to go. But last night tipped me over the edge, and nothing could have gotten me to go back. It's conference week, and thankfully this was the last family I was scheduled to meet with. Both parents are hard of hearing and didn't hear the toys and books falling on the floor behind them. But I could see it all. I knew something was going to happen when they left. I anticipated it. I couldn't tell if the family felt anything, but the energy felt heavy when we all walked in, like walking into a sauna. The air was thick, but not by water molecules. As the meeting wrapped up, I tried to stall the family as long as I could so I wouldn't have to be alone, but they eventually did leave. I walked them to the front doors and locked them when they were out. I thought about following them out and hopping on my bike as well, but I knew I couldn't. I was the last one there and I needed to lock everything up before I left. Up to that point, I wasn't planning on quitting. My goal was to get in, get out, but that couldn't be further from what happened. When I got back into the classroom, I hurried to pick up the toys that fell, and of course, the T-Rex was laying furthest away from the other toys. I felt it move in my hands when I picked it up. It was such a disturbing sensation, I reactively threw it away from me, and the plastic leg broke. I should have thrown it away long ago, but now it actually had a legitimate reason to meet the trash bin. Not wanting to touch it again, I laid the bin on its side and gave the dinosaur a kick in. Right after doing that, my classroom door slammed incredibly loud. You know how heavy those school doors are. It shook the walls and scared me enough to lose my balance. The shock of it put me on my ass and got me so mad, almost as mad as I was scared. But when I got to my feet, I didn't have time to fixate on the door, because the rocking chair I keep in our library area began rocking back and forth. Every interval, its speed increased until it fell forward with another loud crash. And that's when I said, fuck it. That mix of anger and fear was now just fear. Whatever this was enjoyed fucking with me. And I was all done. So I quit. Do I feel guilty? Absolutely. But do I feel better? 100%. Sometimes the toxic work environment is supernatural. But either way, don't stay at a place that makes you feel awful, regardless the reason. Life is too short, and then we're just a ghost haunting a school. So live your best one. Years ago, I worked at a Walgreens photo desk. A lady came in one day with an old black and white photo of her as a child. She said that she used to tell her mom that there were devils in the trees around her house, and her mom thought that she just had a wild imagination and was making stuff up. She then showed me the photo of her, taken in the 60s, in a white dress, a pretty smile, on what looked like a sunny day. But what the fuck is that in the trees? It looked like demon faces all over and around the trees, on the bark, in the branches. Worst case of pareidolia I've ever had. She wanted to make an enlarged copy, said that she would give it to her mom to prove she wasn't crazy. That photo still haunts me. I know it sounds like a cliche, but I've never really been one to believe in cryptids or anything paranormal. That kind of stuff always felt like campfire stories or internet rabbit holes, not something real people dealt with. But all I can say is that people change, life and life views change with experience, and I guess that's what happened to me. I was living with my aunt for a while in a semi-rural area that bordered a huge patch of forests and old trails. It wasn't deep wilderness or anything, but it was isolated enough that when it got dark, it got really dark. Streetlights were few and far between, and once you hit the wooded part of the trail, you were on your own. Most people avoided it at night. I didn't have a choice. I biked that route to and from work almost every day. I'd taken the path 100 times before. I knew every twist and bend, every low-hanging branch. But one night, the trail felt wrong. It was late, close to midnight. I was on my way home from a closing shift, and as usual, I reached the point where the concrete dipped down into the denser woods. I stopped to put my earbuds in. figuring I'd listen to some music to get me through the quiet stretch. I did this often. And that's when I heard the snap of a branch just before I could. Not small, not subtle. Like something heavy had stepped right off the trail. I looked up and froze. Just a few feet ahead, barely separated from the edge of the sidewalk, stood a figure. Not a person, not an animal. Something in between. It was tall, at least 7 feet, but hunched, almost crawling. Its skin looked grayish-white and so tight against the bone it looked like it could split at any moment. It had those long, spindly limbs, fingers that ended in claws. Its eyes were huge, black, and reflective. No visible nose, just a slit where the mouth should have been. It wasn't doing anything, just staring. Before I could fully process what I was looking at and run, it screeched. The sound was sharp and high-pitched, inhuman, and in the blink of an eye it darted back into the trees with this unnatural speed, crashing into brush and leaves as it just vanished. I didn't hesitate then. I took off, pedaling as hard as I could. My ears were filled with the sound of something crashing through the woods beside me. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it, tracking me just out of sight, snapping branches, rustling leaves, keeping pace like it wanted me to know it was there, like it was trying to catch me. It wasn't close enough to be seen again, though. The trail finally opened up into the residential area, a couple of streetlights, houses way off in the distance. I shot toward the nearest light and skidded to a stop underneath it. I was gasping for air. I don't think I'd ever pedaled so hard in my life. My legs were jelly. My heart was pounding so loud I literally couldn't think. And then I turned around. At the edge of the tree line, crouched low in the shadows, was the same figure. It hadn't followed me out of the woods, but it was watching, perfectly still, just watching. I didn't wait. I hopped on my bike and rode the few blocks home, threw my bike into the garage, slammed it shut, locked every door and window in my aunt's house, and didn't sleep a minute that night. A few weeks passed. I didn't see it again, so I did the natural thing of trying to convince myself that it was a hallucination, sleep deprivation, maybe some kind of animal I didn't recognize. I told myself anything that made sense even though it didn't make sense. And then one night, I looked out my bedroom window, and it was standing in the backyard, still, staring straight up at me. That was the last time I saw it. I never got an explanation, but I've always had a theory. Around the time of the first sighting, the city had started some construction on the section of a trail nearby, digging into some old drainage tunnels that ran under the forest. I think that whatever I saw lived down there. Maybe the noise, the digging, it stirred something up. Something that maybe didn't want to be disturbed. To this day, I don't use that trail. I don't even like walking near the woods at night. And even now, years later, I still find myself glancing at the trees. I'm half expecting to see those weird eyes, watching. But I never do see them. When I was a preteen young teenager, my family moved into a house. It started with hearing footsteps in the attic, which wasn't tall enough for anyone to actually walk around in. We attributed it to rats, but it made my grandmother uncomfortable enough that she stopped visiting. We started seeing things. A woman peeking around corners, a little boy running around, and the shadow of a man at the end of the hallway. My dad's bedroom was across the hall from my brother's room, and I often slept in there. Me and two of my brothers were watching a movie one night when I saw a man crawling on his hands and knees into the room. I thought it was my dad, who often did things like this to scare us. I gave the signal that I saw him, and I went back to watching the movie. expecting him to grab my little brother's foot as he was sleeping next to me. Then he opened his door, flooding the hallway with light. There was no one there. I'd never been so terrified. So all of these incidents took place in a matter of 1 week. I never fully recovered from the trauma. I still suffer from sleep paralysis, and I'm too scared to sleep alone. We'd moved into this rental apartment when I was 15. Our wall clock, refrigerator, and TV would just stop working randomly, even during the day. We thought there was some sort of problem with the wiring, called the electrician. He couldn't fix it, or find a problem. This one time my mom had left soup on the stove and was busy in another room. I came out of the shower to see fire coming from the gas regulator, which was unusual. Luckily, I was able to switch off the gas cylinder. The next day, our ceiling fan just fell off. None of us were in the same room, but we sensed something was wrong, but we were too scared to talk about it at the time. Same day, I was up reading after dinner. I got up to switch off the lights and turned back to see a shadow of a man in the dark. I was dumbstruck. I somehow ran through the shadow. I was so scared that I felt sick after that. I didn't just feel sick. I was. I had a fever, and I would faint if I stood up from my bed. The doctors couldn't tell what was wrong. We moved from that apartment, and I got better. I don't know if it was a ghost or what it was, but I still have trouble sleeping because of that time. A few years ago, I took a solo camping trip to Joshua Tree. I wanted to clear my head and spend a night under the stars, maybe take some long exposure shots of the Milky Way. I'd been to the park a few times before, but never alone. I didn't feel like it was the kind of place that you should be by yourself. Something about the land felt too old, too aware. But there I was. I set up my camp in a secluded area, away from the main roads, just me, my tent, and the expanse of boulders stretching in every direction. It was beautiful in the way that only a desert can be, silent, endless, untouched. That first night I was sitting by the fire when I heard something. A sound carried in the wind, low and distant, almost like a voice. It wasn't words exactly, more like a hum or a chant rolling through the rocks. I turned off my lantern, listening. The fire crackled, but beyond that, nothing. Just the desert breathing. I chalked it up to the wind playing tricks and went to bed. At some point in the night, I was uncomfortable. I woke up. No noise, no reason, but I had that feeling like someone was standing outside my tent. I stayed still, listening. Then, crunch. Footsteps. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The moon was bright, casting deep shadows against the boulders. But there was nothing. The feeling, though, it remained. Not just watched. I was being studied. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I decided to do a short hike before heading out. There was a rock formation a little ways from camp. It looked like a good spot to climb, maybe get some photos. As I walked, I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision. Light flashes of something darting between the rocks. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing. And then I found the carvings. They were deep into the stone, spirals and symbols worn down by time, but unmistakable. They weren't the type of symbols that you'd see on marked trails. These felt wrong, too sharp, too fresh. A gust of wind rushed past me, carrying the same hum from the night before. only now it was closer to me. I turned, and just for a second, I saw something standing between the rocks. Tall, thin, its body blending into the stone, like it was part of it. Its head tilted slightly, as if curious, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't stick around to investigate. I walked and then ran back to camp, packed up, and left. I don't know what I saw. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the desert heat was messing with me, but as I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for the briefest moment, I swear I could see something standing there again. Either way, that feeling, I didn't like it. I haven't had that same feeling at that park before, so I'm glad I got out of there. I'll try to keep this short, but I'll have to give some background. To start, I'm pretty well versed in the supernatural at this point, from a technical and personal standpoint. I know how to protect myself and everything. One night, I was with some friends. We decided to play Ouija. Now, this isn't a cautionary tale about the Ouija board, as I've had many, many interesting and totally harmless sessions with it. This one, too, was safe, but scared us nonetheless. We had already gone through a few rounds successfully, having tons of fun. Then we met D. We talked to him for a while. He was a pimp who was born in Canada, but lived and worked in Mexico City. He was 41 when he died, in the year 1952. He was shot due to his job in the very building we were in. He had a wife and 2 kids, and his favorite color was purple. Our second time talking to him, there were only 3 of us left. It was around midnight. He was having trouble remembering things we asked him, like where he grew up, who his parents were. He barely remembered his wife and kids even. He confirmed that it was difficult to remember things in the afterlife. My friend Maria asked, "Is there anything you wanted to talk to us about?" L-I-F-E, he spelled out. "Do you want us to help you remember more about your life?" I asked. "Yes." "And how can we do that?" we asked. This was where things took a darker turn. The planchette moved to the O, to the U, then to the T. Out. D wanted out. My friends and I looked at each other. "Sorry, D," I told him. "We can't let you out." It really is one of the most important rules when playing Ouija. Never invite a spirit back to the world of the living. The planchette moved to yes. "No," Maria said. "We can't let you out." Our hands slid rapidly. N-O-W. We were all very uncomfortable at this point. "Okay," I said. "We're going to have to say goodbye now. Nice to meet you." As soon as I said we were leaving, the planchette practically flew over to the no. "Yeah," my friend Farrell said. "We're going now. Bye." There was a strange resistance when we moved the planchette across goodbye. I mean, wouldn't you be scared if the ghost you'd been talking to insisted that you let him out and said no when you tried to leave? It was by far the scariest paranormal experience I've had in my young life. My girlfriend and I live in an apartment complex at the edge of our small town in Illinois. Right next to us is a lively wooded area full of coyotes, deer, and lots of birds. Last night at 3 a.m., she went outside to grab a case of water from our car. She heard a girl's voice say, "Hello?" from the woods. She couldn't see, but she replied back with her own confused, "Hello?" Next, the voice asked, "Can somebody help me?" And it gave her the chills, so she ran back inside. Right before she entered the house, she heard it again, only this time, It was closer, and it didn't sound like a girl's voice anymore. It didn't even sound real. After having time to think it over, she thought the girl's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I fully believe her because in the 2 years we've lived here, we've never talked about anything like this. Plus, I saw the shock on her face when she rushed inside. She was also out of breath. I thought she'd seen or heard a gunshot or something. She thinks it was a skinwalker. What do you think? I also read that you're not supposed to interact with it or share your encounter with anyone. Hopefully it'll be okay just to share this one instance if that's really what it is. Growing up, my family used to share a cabin in the woods. It was our family's version of camping, I guess. We don't use it anymore, but for the time that we did, I found it pretty terrifying. There was something about the upstairs bathroom. I never wanted to be in there too long, and really didn't want to be in there by myself. I'd always choose to brush my teeth when my cousins were and all that stuff. But the worst part was the room that I shared with my little brother. 2 twin beds on opposite sides of the room. I was probably 9 or 10 at this time. I wasn't openly afraid of the dark because I had a little brother, but I was afraid of the dark. But this night, I remember waking up. It felt like something pulled my hair. Jolting awake, I assumed it was just a dream. But as I sat up, I felt my head yank back down towards the pillow, like something had grabbed my hair. Feeling the back of my head, there was nothing. I ran across the room, jumped into my little brother's bed, and slept under the covers. Well, I don't know if you'd call it sleeping, but I did something until it was light. I never told anyone about it, not until years later. Apparently everyone had some sort of strange experience there, one time or another. Glad this is the only one that really sticks out in my memory. I've been going back and forth as to whether or not to post this, since to an outside viewer, the video isn't really all that interesting. If you don't know me, you'd assume it was faked, or I was simply misjudging where noises were coming from. But after a few weeks, I want to get my experience down in writing. Despite being a fairly mundane story compared to some of the posts here, it really upset me. This took place a few weeks ago. I'm going to go into detail to describe my house. Skip this paragraph if you want to get to the good stuff. In the video, I'm sitting on a couch, the camera facing the doorway that leads to a hallway. That hallway has 4 bedrooms. As you can tell by the boxes, people have been moving in and out. The bedroom closest to the living room had my roommate's stuff in it, a bed, a carpet, etc., and the door was held open with a bag of clothes so that the cat could get in and out. Her closet was also propped open with the laundry hamper so the cat could use the litter box. The second room was my old room. I was in the process of moving my stuff to the third room. Neither of these rooms have a closet. The second room, the door was open a crack. In the third room, the door was closed. These rooms also don't have closets. The fourth room, with my roommate's stuff in it, the door was wide open. His closet was shut. It's an old building, and the doors don't click perfectly shut. You need to kind of wedge them open and closed by putting your weight on them. Note that you can slam the doors without them closing. They bounce back open. All doors do this. I was sitting on the couch alone, watching TV. I was sure I was home alone since my roommate, Erin, asked me to watch her cat, and the guy in the back room, Mark, told me that he was going to stay with his girlfriend for a few days. But people come and go pretty often, so when I heard footsteps, I didn't really think twice. I've been living here for 2 years, and I can tell where noise is coming from. The footsteps sounded like they were coming from Erin's room. That's when I heard her slam her door, very hard. I was worried something was wrong, so I got up to check. I saw that her door was wedged open, and the room was dark, meaning she wasn't home. I looked up in the hallway. I saw Mark's room was wide open and also dark. He wasn't home either. I immediately got a chill because I didn't know where the noise was coming from. I've been living here nearly 2 years. I know every sound this house makes. I know that it was one of the bedroom doors. I was only sitting 10 feet away. I couldn't see the doors, but there's no mistaking that one of them was slamming. We're also the top apartment. We can't hear any noises from the downstairs neighbors ever, and there's nothing on either side of us. I went and sat back down. About 5 minutes later, the door slammed again. I got up, thinking maybe a window was open and blowing the door shut. This was unlikely since the 2 years I've lived here. The doors have never done this, even with every window in the house open. But I was still trying to rationalize it. So I checked the windows, and every window was tight shut. At this point, I was freaking out a little, went to sit down. As soon as I sat down, again, the door slammed, twice in a row, quickly. At this point, I know people will be rolling their eyes because I didn't get up and look again, but I was too scared to move. I have PTSD, and door slamming is a huge trigger for me, so my heart was already racing. But when I realized that there was no one in the house, I went into panic mode. I started texting a friend who lived nearby, telling him what was happening. Over the course of texting him for about half an hour, the door kept slamming. Sometimes every 30 seconds. Sometimes it would stop for 5 minutes. My friend was on his way, but he suggested I yell at it. I think he was just suggesting this because he thought it would give me confidence. So I yelled, "Please stop," as if in response. The door slammed hard, 3 times in a row. I literally was shaking at this point. I couldn't get up to even look if I wanted to. While waiting for my friend to come, it slowed down a bit. But this is when I finally realized I should take a video. In the short video, I got a quiet slam. In the long video, at the 34-second mark, I could clearly hear footsteps, which is why I said, "What the fuck was that?" At 42 seconds and 56 seconds, you can hear the door slam. When my friend got here, about 20 minutes later, it stopped. He thoroughly checked every single room and closet for an intruder. When he came back to the living room, he said that there was no one in the house. I finally calmed down enough to check myself. We spent about 15 minutes examining every door in the house. There was absolutely no reason for any of them to have been slamming like that. No windows were open. We were even testing out the hinges and shit, just trying to find a rational explanation. While I was in Erin's room trying to find her cat, the thing was terrified, wedged itself behind her dresser. I was also burning incense. I'm into witchcraft, so I was beginning to do a light cleansing to get the negative energy out. My friend, who is a pretty tough dude, like he's been to jail and shit, he screamed. I ran out and he looked at me, white as a sheet. I've never seen him scared before, and he was scared. I have a poster in the living room of a band called Witchcross. It's been up for 1.5 years at least. It's the blue poster that you can see on the right in the videos. There's 2 massive push pins in each corner. Apparently, while he was sitting there, both push pins flew out of the corners and dropped to the floor. There was no breeze, nothing to knock it down. The pins just flew out. Keep in mind, I had to hammer those pins in when I put that poster up 1.5 years ago. It survived multiple house parties without falling down. I put the poster back up in the exact same spot, put the pins in the same holes, and it stayed up just fine ever since. My friend stayed with me and the rest of the night. There were no more noises at all, even though we left the doors exactly how they were. A few days later, I messaged my old roommate. I didn't tell him what happened. I just asked if he'd ever experienced anything weird in this apartment. He said he didn't want to tell me because he didn't want to scare me, but part of the reason he moved out was because of the bad experiences he had here. This is not a superstitious guy at all. He also told me that 3 years ago, before we moved in, a girl killed herself in one of the front rooms. My roommate told me when he lived here, he had reoccurring dreams of a girl kicking in his door, jumping on him. Then, about 2 years ago, my old roommate's friend went on the roof, tried to kill himself in the little gap between the 2 front bedroom windows. So, there's definitely some bad energy here. I know this isn't proof to anyone who doesn't know me because in order to believe this video, you'd have to take me at my word. And I'm just a stranger on the internet. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get up and get a video of the door actually slamming, but I was genuinely terrified by that time. I wish I thought to get more video, but when something like this happens, your first thought isn't, how am I going to prove this to the world? It's, what do I need to do to keep myself safe? At first, I thought someone had snuck into my house, was going to hurt me. All I could think of is what to use as a weapon. I couldn't even leave out the back door to my left because my shoes were down the hall. Sorry if you were expecting a crazier story, but this is one of the most fucked up things I've ever experienced. I've always been a bit of a skeptical believer, and if someone else posted this, I probably wouldn't believe it. I've been practicing magic for over 10 years, and I'm confident what I would like to do in this situation. I'm posting to share my experience and to see if anyone notices anything about the video or audio that I didn't notice, or has any other insights on the actual experience. Thank you. In 2006, I stayed overnight with a buddy at a second property his family had purchased. It was an old farm just on the outskirts of Florin Road, Watt Avenue, in Sacramento, California. My buddy's family had not moved in. He wanted to spend the night on the property to get a feel for it. The previous property owner's husband had passed away, and she sold the home for cheap. What struck me as odd was that she left all of the furniture, tons of miscellaneous personal property behind, which we discovered later had belonged to her late husband. I told my friend to get rid of all that junk because in my culture, Laotian Thai, we believed it was bad luck to hang on to a deceased person's property, the superstition being that the dead might come back and look for their property. On that particular night, I spent the night on the couch in the living room. My buddy was sleeping on the floor next to me. I could not fall asleep, but heard my buddy snoring loudly. Therefore, I knew he was in a deep sleep and did not witness the events soon to follow. As I'm slowly drifting off to sleep, I heard the closet door, located about a car length from my feet, slowly open. I knew it opened because it made this creaking noise from when the door swings on its hinges. At that point, I became fully alert, but I kept my eyes closed. I could hear my heart beating out of my chest. I was laying on my back and faced the ceiling. I slightly opened my eyes, glanced toward the closet. It was a full moon, so the living room was well lit. That's when I saw it. A black shadow coming towards me from inside the open closet. It had the silhouette of a man and stood approximately 7 feet tall. 2 feet wide. It crept towards me, and I was so scared I just closed my eyes, froze in place. I felt paralyzed, and I was on the verge of shitting and pissing myself. I kept my eyes closed, remained still for what felt like 5 minutes. Then the second half, and most scary, of the paranormal bullshit began. The blanket I'd have draped over my body slowly began pulling off my body. I could feel parts of my upper torso getting cold as the blanket pulled away from my skin towards my feet. I felt each hair on my skin stand because it was so cold. As the blanket continued pulling away and got closer to my feet, I whispered my buddy's name multiple times, repeating, "Dennis, Dennis, wake the fuck up. Something's going on in here." Dennis eventually stopped snoring and said, "What the fuck, man? I'm trying to sleep." After that, all the paranormal stuff stopped. I wrapped multiple blankets around me and slept in the prone position for the remainder of the night. I never had a more scary paranormal experience. I also have not been back to my buddy's farm since the incident. Sometimes weird things happen, and they just can't be explained. That night still bothers me to this day. I think the event took place sometime shortly after midnight. I thought the couch I was sleeping on was my buddy's, but later discovered it was part of the property that was left behind from the previous owner. I think her late husband came back from the dead to reclaim his couch. Okay, so I'm going to relate an experience I had when I was young that ended up making an impact on my entire life. I've never posted about it anywhere and haven't really talked to a lot of people about it. I really want to hear what people think about this. When I was 2, my mom married and we moved into a house on the edge of a small bush in a small town. Today, even just thinking about this house gives me the creeps. Last summer, I took my fiancé there, and as soon as we left, he told me how creepy he felt the house was, and that whole part of town was. I was a pretty quiet kid, enjoyed playing alone in my room. Around this time, I developed what my mom called an invisible friend. I named him Casper, and she said that he was a little boy that lived in the walls and in the closet. My mom would hear me talking to him a lot over the years. When I was 5, I saw something that scared the shit out of me. I was with my mom in the basement, which was semi-finished. There was a sort of sitting room, along with Bob's workshop, some storage rooms, and my parents' bedroom. My mom sent me into the bedroom for something. The light was off. I remember entering the doorway, reaching for the light switch, when I saw something standing on the other side of the bed. It looked to be about 7, 8 feet tall, and draped with cloth or wearing a hood, semi-transparent and smoky white, but it felt incredibly ominous. Of course, I completely lost it. I ran to my mom, screaming that there was something bad in the bedroom. She held me while I cried, tried to tell me it was probably just the dog. I refused to ever go into the basement again. After that came the night terrors. I was absolutely terrified at night, like scared out of my wits. I would curl up into a ball and pull the covers over my head. No matter how much pain I was in, or if I couldn't breathe, I was too scared to move an inch. When I did sleep, I would wake up screaming. I remember after this had gone on for a few months, my mom sitting on the edge of my bed, crying from stress, because I refused to let her leave and turn the lights out and refused to sleep. My mom split with Bob when I was around 7, and we moved out. For the next few years, I'd have to go back to the house twice a month for visitations. I always had a really hard time getting to sleep. I still refused to go into the basement. Now, 25 years old, I'm still scared of the dark, and I still have night terrors. Looking back on this incident, it still gives me chills. A little more background, which is interesting, but may not be of importance. Bob and his father, they're high members of the Freemasons, have a super creepy vibe about them. Bob, especially, is just weird. He was also both verbally and physically abusive to my mom, and later, to me. Any idea what I saw? Why it had such a huge impact on me? I still get the creeps thinking about it. I haven't been in that house for years, though Bob still lives there. But being in the forest, in that area, still freaks me out so much. It feels like I'm watching a horror movie. Anyone else ever encounter anything like this? Sorry if it's a bit long. Just wanted to include everything. A little while ago, I posted about hearing a girl or a young woman utter the words, "uh-oh," one night in my apartment where I live alone. Since then, I've started compiling a list of weird things that have happened in the apartment. I thought I might go over what's happened in my apartment since I moved in and see what other people think. It really started back in 2021. I'd moved into the apartment in late 2019, and for a year and a half I'd lived there. I hadn't noticed anything very strange, or at least anything strange enough that stuck in my mind. This would change very shortly. While I was hanging out with some friends in a Discord voice chat one afternoon, I happened to glance down the length of my hallway, the doorway of which is to the left of where I sit. Just by turning my head, I can look down the hallway into the dining room, and from the dining room, I can see my desk. Well, when I looked to my left that particular afternoon, I saw what looked like the shadow of a woman's arm in the doorway of the dining room, as if the woman it was connected to was standing just on the inside of the dining room, out of sight. Now, it might have just been the shadows, but I know I saw it clearly enough that it caught my attention, and it was still there after I looked away once or twice. It was clear enough that I was about to tell the Discord chat about it, but it finally disappeared, and I convinced myself I hadn't seen anything. A few months later, sometime around November 2021, February 2022, I was woken up one night to what I can only describe as a choir singing. It sounded like All the World, and as if people were singing it in my room. Now, there is a church next door, but I've never heard them practice before, and this was like 3 a.m. I lay there, fully awake and confused, until the noise finally stopped, and I once again convinced myself that I'd imagined it, that it was only a very late-night practice for the church next door. Now this one, over a year later, earlier this year, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, playing some solitaire on my phone, preparing to go to bed. As I'm sitting there, fully awake and aware of all the noises around me, mainly the train that had just rumbled its way through town, I hear in the silence that followed a young woman or child's voice, clear as day, saying "uh-oh" from the direction of the dining room. Now I've heard other people's TVs from the apartment. They're all muffled and quiet. This wasn't. This was clear and loud. A couple of weeks after that, I'm in the dining room, bent over, grabbing a couple of water bottles from the cask in the corner of the room. I catch movement out of the corner of my eye. I watch from between my legs as something, a lady's skirt maybe, moves from one corner of the room to the other. Again. This isn't me seeing something I thought I saw and then wasn't there when I went to look. I watched as whatever this was moved across the floor for several seconds. Why I never thought to stand up and turn around, I'll never know. Finally, just last night, I was listening to someone on YouTube talk about film in the 1980s, when suddenly, along with the audio from the video, I heard something that sounded like a woman's wordless, barely audible, whispering right by my left ear. I stopped. I frowned, rewound the video to where I'd just heard it, and it simply wasn't there. Wasn't in the video. Had never been in the video. I'm becoming more and more convinced that my apartment is haunted, but I'm still not 100% certain that it is. I guess I'd have to concretely engage with something before I believed it. What do you good people think? When I was 3, my mom and I followed my dad to Oregon from San Fernando Valley in California. My dad transferred to Oregon City to open a new Home Depot. This was in 1997, so it was an even smaller city back then, and we lived out in the sticks, as my mom called it. The house was beautiful, though. It was situated in a solitary little clearing with a long gravel driveway through the trees. Our dining room doors opened up to a big lawn on a hill, and the front entry led to the finished basement downstairs, or the main house upstairs. In the main house's hallway, my room was the first door on the right, and my parents' room was the last on the left. The first couple incidents aren't too weird. I'd ask my dad to close the blinds so the monsters couldn't see me, even though we were on the second floor. And I'd run to my parents in pure terror almost every night. Maybe this is just a child adjusting to a new environment, but I don't know. I have such vivid memories of my panic as I ran down that hallway. So I'll tell these next two in chronological order. For the first one, my aunt said that she came to visit me when she was 13 and I was 4. My room was weird. My closet had 2 giant rolling mirrors for doors, and they took up half of the wall next to my bed. The bedroom door was opposite of my bed, and I had a wooden rocking chair in the far corner. My bed was against a wall, and my aunt was sleeping on the inside while I was on the outside. She woke up to see that I was awake, staring at the rocking chair, because it was rocking. She asked what was going on. I said that there was a lady in the chair. She asked what the lady wanted. I told my aunt that she wanted to read me a story. My aunt said to let her, and she said I gave her the biggest, what the fuck look she'd ever seen. Then she said that there was nothing we could do. Roll over and pass out. I personally don't remember the experience, but I vividly remember this next one, which happened a couple of weeks later. After my aunt left, I missed her terribly, and I ran to my parents' room, where I sat on the bed and stared at the door, like I was waiting for something. Then, suddenly, a rainbow-colored woman walked in. She and her dress were shimmery, multicolored, but almost muted. She sat at the foot of the bed, leaned towards me, saying that I would be okay, that my aunt would eventually come back. Then she left. That's the end of the memory. I also used to dream that I'd be looking at my body from above and suddenly fall into it. When I'd instantly wake up, the whole bed would be shaking, like I'd just jumped on it. Thanks for reading. Much love to you all, and please, let me know what you think about the woman. I've been thinking about her for the last 25 years. I was on an RV trip with my grandparents and cousin, heading from Las Vegas to Oregon. We wanted to visit some ghost towns along the way. I'm not sure where we stopped on this one night. It was just a parking lot in the middle of an old town. I was sleeping on the converted dinner table by the kitchen, woke up randomly. The curtains were drawn, and the microwave clock was the only source of light, besides an orb floating in the middle of the kitchen. It wasn't moving, but I was frozen in fear. I slowly ducked underneath the covers and went back to sleep. Later on, when I was 11 or 13, my dad had just finished building his house that we would hope to pass on from generation to generation. When I lived with my mom most of the year, I would live there during the summers and winter break. Most of the time, it was just him and I in a house that had great insulation, and we slept on opposite sides of the house. But regularly, I would hear scratching in the walls, especially when he was at work, and especially at night. I always felt like I was being watched, and when we got a dog, he would regularly bark at the walls, or bark at nothing while outside. My dad would say, "Oh, there's just bats in the walls," which in my opinion still doesn't make sense. This was a brand new house, and it used spray insulation. How would that work? Later on, though, one of his girlfriends and I got talking about how I always feel like I'm being watched in the house. And she said that she did too, for about 6 months. She felt threatened until I got to know her. But she humored me. We burned sage and blessed the house that week. Instantly felt better. Maybe it was placebo, but recently my mom has told me that my dad was involved in the occult, practiced voodoo in some manners. I don't know if what I was experiencing was just my imagination making up different things, or if it was a spirit that was in some Oregon woods and attached itself to my house when it was being built. Or if my dad performed a ritual to summon something to protect the house, and it thought that I wasn't supposed to be there. I'm not sure. Recently, though, I haven't experienced anything, other than the occasional paranoia that comes from watching lots of paranormal investigation stuff. I felt scared, like something was watching me extensively, and that was at military posts. Before then, nothing. And since then, nothing that would make me think of a spirit at all. Eventually, I'll be revisiting the parking lot in Virginia City. I'm pretty positive that's where it was when I first saw the orb. I want to try to contact it once I get some equipment. Maybe go to a few mines where people have passed away in Nevada. I talked to a medium about a year ago. She said my dad wanted me to visit his grave. He was deported a couple of years ago before his death and was laid to rest in Mexico. I'd always kept that thought with me, but never acted on it. A few months ago, I had the time, money, and opportunity to go visit the home he was staying in Mexico before he passed. The day before I left to Mexico, I stopped by the home that he had in the U.S., where I lived with him for 10 years. The place was filled with butterflies, specifically the tree he used to sit under, and we dedicated to him after he passed. My mom still lives on the property, said she visits the tree routinely, that it had never been like that, even when my dad would spend summers under it. I'd secretly hoped it was a sign. I only remembered the medium after I watched Jim Parson tell Tyler Henry that when he canceled his reading, a bunch of hummingbirds and butterflies showed up on his property. Does anyone have any theories? I'm big on the earth recycling our soul's energy. I'd like to think that it's just their spirit's way of acknowledging us in the only form that they can. The title pretty much sums it up. Maybe haunted. For some background, our neighborhood is full of houses built in the 80s. They're not that old, but old enough for some to look abandoned. We don't live in the suburbs or anything. It's a very small neighborhood on top of a low hill, right next to a small forest. We live very close to each other, so late-night parties are a no-no around here. You've got the picture now, so I'll get on with it. I've only moved once, but it was at a very young age. Our old house is right next door. Because I was so young, I'm not sure if there was any occurrences before the move or not. However, I remember a bunch while I've been living here. Just gonna start with the more regular, common ones. Only at night, I hear footsteps on the roof. They're very clear, quick footsteps, almost as if someone or something is running on the roof. My room is on the second floor, so the roof is right above me. I decided to ask my father about this once, and my sister chimed in, saying she hears it too. I guess he didn't really have an explanation since he didn't even respond to my question in any way other than a chuckle. Another common thing is door handles and doors being constantly flung open and shut, up and down. I distinctively remember that our parents' room's door flung open, not a slow, creaky sound, a swing. The only people in the house were me and my sister. The dogs were with my dad's wife. Sometimes our things would be misplaced, even completely missing. Maybe that's just our minds playing tricks, but it was way too frequent. Here's the interesting part, I guess. Maybe not as interesting as you expect. It was some months ago, somewhere during October. I was home alone, which isn't that unusual for me. Parents at work, sisters at practice. The house isn't exactly new, so it makes those creepy sounds you'd hate at night. Well, it was just those sounds that made me walk out of my room. The stairs led straight to the front door, so I could see from upstairs that it was open. I yelled out for my dad or his wife, even my sister. No answer. I yelled again. Still silence. Annoyed, I make my way down the stairs, only to be shocked by the fact that nobody was in the driveway. I instantly slam the door shut and begin panicking. Was there an intruder inside? A murderer? Maybe some random homeless person. Well, the first thing my brain told me to do was run back up to my room, stay there until someone got home. I waited there, scared out of my mind that someone would be in the house. When my dad's wife came home, only 10 minutes later, I told her about it right away. She grabbed a long kitchen knife and started searching the house. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We checked everywhere. Just you name it. The closets, attic, even the chimney. Nothing. I was frantically sobbing the entire search. Up to this day, everyone swears that they locked the door after themselves. I knew they did, because I always checked after they leave. Another incident which happened way back, somewhere in the winter. As per usual, the running sound on the roof was happening again. At this point, we'd been living in the house for almost a year. I got sick of it this time, went downstairs to sleep in my parents' room. I still heard it. It just wasn't as loud. Strangely enough, it wasn't on the roof anymore. The sound was slowly making its way down to the side of the house. I freaked out, and I saw my parents doing so too. They tried to calm me down as my dad went outside to check what it might be. I fell asleep before he came back, so I'm not really sure what happened. I've tried asking him, but he won't tell me anything. I still wonder what happened that night. I'd tell you more, but right now I'm just way too tired. I know some of this might sound like some sort of silly nightmare or things I've been imagining, but we've all heard it. If anyone has an explanation for any of this, please help me out. Have I invited some sort of spirit in? Is it a demon? Or is it something completely different? I don't know. I really just wanted to get this off my chest. This happened around 2013. I was around 8 years old at the time. I'd had a normal day at school. Got into bed, but had that feeling that I wasn't alone. Moments later, I heard someone whisper my name loudly. It was a male's voice, standing in the back of my room. Scared, of course, I jumped off the bed and I slept in my parents' bed. The next few days, I'd hear footsteps, pacing, back and forth. My sister, unbeknownst to me at the time, was scared of something too, and immediately agreed when I suggested sleeping together. It was like this until she wanted to sleep in her room with me. I said sure, but I was still creeped out, of course. That night, I woke up in the middle of the night for the second time. The first time she'd rammed her elbow into my face, but this time, I just saw that giant, dark figure in the middle of her room. It was see-through, but it didn't really have a shape. I bolted out of there. I only ever told her about it a few months ago. These hauntings stopped, but they started again back in 2019, and they continue, even now. I'm a 32-year-old male who's been deeply interested and affected by the paranormal. I've always gotten weird vibes in certain places, and I've always seen shadow people from the corner of my eye. As a child, it used to feel like someone or something watched while I slept. I'd beg my parents to let me sleep in their room, but they always said no, and I'd have to return to my room, terrified. Every night I dreamed of being chased by a monster, until I just stopped running, let myself get killed. Then I suddenly jerked awake. The only time I ever slept peacefully was when we got a gray kitten. I feel like he protected me. The bad dreams went away entirely during the year we had him. I turned 30 in 2021, and I was the opening manager at a Neapolitan pizza shop next to a GameStop. Every day I arrived at 7 a.m., started the dough, and got the wood fire oven hot, and I always heard weird things. Pots and pans would clang together, spatulas fell to the ground, doors would open, lights turning on and off, and when I approached the switch, it stopped. No one else arrived until 10, so I was always creeped out. I usually blasted my music in an attempt to dull the fear. One day I arrived at the usual time, noticed a deposit bag lying in the middle of the kitchen. It was too far away from the door to have been tossed inside by a good Samaritan, so I assumed the closing manager had slipped up. I opened the bag and saw a deposit for $1,500 in cash with a GameStop receipt on it. It weirded me out, but I shrugged it off. Waited for the GameStop employees to arrive so I could return the bag. When the manager arrived, I walked next door and presented him with the bag. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. He was half confused and half suspicious, as if I'd stolen the bag or something. He wanted to know how I got the bag. I said I found it in the middle of the kitchen. He'd closed the night before, so he was even more confused than ever. He distinctly remembered putting the deposit in the safe and locking up the store. I assured him I wouldn't be returning the bag if I'd stolen it, and he asked if I ever heard sounds or saw weird things. I told him our store was haunted as hell. Apparently, he had experienced the same things rather frequently. And this is where it gets really weird. GameStop always has PlayStations and Xboxes inside some sort of plastic container, but because of COVID, the Sony technicians hadn't been to the store for a year and a half. The manager said that they didn't have keys to the container, so he couldn't open it to change games. There was a thick layer of dust on top of the PlayStation, with a toddler's handprint right in the middle. I was spooked. He thought it was a child's ghost haunting our stores, and he never believed in the paranormal before these experiences. He was a scientific type guy, but that all changed after working there for a few years. His whole worldview shifted after seeing that handprint. For a little backstory, I live in a small southern city with a history dating back to the Civil War. The apartment building I call home and have called home for almost 4 years now was built in 1936 to be apartments, instead of existing as a house first, only to be then converted into apartments. The walls and floors of this place are tremendously paper thin, as I can hear my downstairs neighbor's TV and my downstairs neighbor's if she's talking loud enough. There's squirrels in the walls that I can hear scrambling from time to time, and I can hear every time the front door opens and shuts, generally because people slam it. I say all this to say, yes, I know there's additional, rational, logical explanations for all sorts of things. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the heavy footsteps I sometimes hear in my downstairs neighbor's apartment, which sounds like she's put the heaviest pair of hiking boots on, which I'd be surprised if she owns, and then paces, doing her best to stomp heavily with every step. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for the knocking I'll hear sometimes on the bathroom wall, which sounds very much like my other neighbor is racking his knuckles against his side of the wall. I'm even sure there's a logical explanation for the shadow of an arm I saw in my dark kitchen once and only back in 2020. I was staring at it from the living room. I'm sure there's a logical explanation for any and all little creepy things that have happened while I've lived here. I can find no explanation for this next part. This was about a week ago. I was about to go to sleep, sitting on the couch. I sleep on my couch because the living room is the only room I can somewhat climate control, be it through heater or fans. I was playing some solitaire to sort of relax. It was a particularly noisy evening that night. The train was whistling and groaning as it made its way down the tracks. The squirrels were scrabbling in the walls, and I could hear my neighbors moving around. In truth, I was a little unnerved by all the noise. But then, in the midst of everything else, I hear it. Uh-oh. It was a small voice, toneless, either a young woman or a child. It wasn't muffled. Didn't sound like it was coming from the TV or from one of the neighbors. It sounded like it was coming from the kitchen or my bedroom. I stopped, paralyzed, listening, and hear nothing. Ever since then, I've heard nothing else, and no explanation for it. There's no grand ghost story attached to this place. The only thing that comes close, a half-remembered story from the old landlord about some little girl going missing here at some point. Even he hadn't heard about it himself. He'd only heard about it from a woman doing research for a ghost walk. It could be nothing, and I probably won't ever hear anything else, just like the Civil War nurse at my college. But I know what I heard. I know what it wasn't, even if I don't know what it was. That's what counts, right? There is a haunted church. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, and an empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live. It was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned. And there was also a cemetery, with the oldest graves being those of War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in that house in the late 1800s. He was old, so nothing nefarious there. But he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me, since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven, etc. Why stick around? When I first started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation They told me that on several occasions when they left the old house, turned off all the lights, they would turn around and see that the lights had been switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal. I've had an experience myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights. At the last light switch, I felt almost an electrical buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so I wouldn't have been surprised if something wasn't grounded right. Didn't think anything unusual about it. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I'd turned off was on. Keep in mind, this was the same day I found out about the priest. I've been asking him again to show me any sign that he's here, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. But, without asking, I've seen flashes of light in a dark, windowless room. I'm not sure if it was pareidolia, but I saw a man cross in front of my headlights and disappear. He had dark hair and was wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during lockdown, so definitely no one inside. I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves, and when I've jumped in front of them, waving my hands, they never come on. I heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said that they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. The decrepit house is supposed to be torn down within the next year or two. I'm not sure how or if that will affect the priest who won't leave. Maybe he finally will. My family and I live in a mobile home park where the trailers have been converted into homes. Recently, me, my wife, and the rest of the family that lives with us, we've been hearing and or smelling strange things. At first, we thought it was the stray cats or raccoons, but then things started getting weirder. We started hearing the sounds. Sometimes it would be footsteps, other times we would hear knocking. We thought at first maybe we smoked a bit too much of the devil's lettuce, but everyone else in the house was also hearing these things. That's when the sounds started sounding like people talking to us. But the weird thing was it always sounded like they were incredibly far away. The most recent thing was the smell of rotting dead of some kind. I couldn't for the life of me remember when the last time I'd smelled death like that. The smell seemed almost intense, as if it were right in front of me. I checked around our home, under it, just to make sure there were no dead animals. This happened at almost 12 at night, when my wife and I were outside smoking. I had my brother come out and check, and even he agreed that it wasn't just me who smelled it. He said it smelled like the corpse of a person. That's when I remembered why the smell seemed so familiar, because a man who had died a few years ago. I remember how many times we walked by his corpse. They realized he died inside the wall, but I never forgot the smell. It was a very horrid smell. Still, that smell only has happened once. It hasn't come back that I know of. I'm usually one to think of scientific reasons. I ended up checking if any possible sewage had leaked from a pipe or if it came from the neighbor's home, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. These weird happenings only seem to happen at night, and most of the people that live near us are usually asleep by 10 p.m., and we stay up till about midnight and 1 in the morning. My neighbors have told me that on the few occasions they've been outside at that hour, they say they feel uncomfortable, or they hear something, but they chalk it up to maybe random animals, or them being tired. I'll post an update if anything significant happens. I would also like any opinions or theories to what it might be. Long story shortened up, I have this thing in my house. It has no figure, and I can only catch a glimpse of it in lightly reflected surfaces like doorknobs, but often. It just watches most of the time, like a peeping Tom, makes noises throughout the house. It used to be mostly in the ceiling till I salted the attic entry, and it stopped. It sounded like a full grown-ass person fell down with a huge thud once. It likes to knock in like Morse code, but mostly, when in bed, I leave the door cracked. It messes around in the doorway, taunting like it wants to be seen, but enjoying that it can't. Been a few times where the doorway has literally vibrated. Shrooms like. I'm not scared of it, but annoyed at this point for several months now. Also, sometimes it brings random aromas. I swear it's farted in my face. Most recently, it smelled like auto grease. 1 a.m., while in bed, out of nowhere. Like, I don't think it's a ghost, but maybe someone's astral projection, or some kind of tech. Your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I've looked into origins and possibilities, all dead ends. I've had the house cleansed twice, and saved twice. Nada. It used to only mess with me, but recently has growled at my lady, did some kind of heavy breathing. She gets up at 3 a.m. for work. It wasn't like this when we moved in, not at first. But I left for 3 months and I came back. The whole vibe was different. Some key things that could have played a role. A black cat started showing up and I was feeding it. My firstborn was on her way. She's 6 months now. Our neighbor's body was dug up the first week we moved in. His wife killed him and buried in the backyard. During those 3 months, I was doing a lot of drugs, but I've been sober for 7+ months now. I was at a job where I suspected a group of people that I worked with were part of a satanic cult, and I surely did piss them off. I do a lot of research into events of the world, and I know some stuff that a vast majority of people don't. Like I said, I don't know what it is, who it is, but it isn't going away. It's annoying, taunting, and petty. Again, this is the short version. I didn't think I'd ever post here, as I normally am a skeptic. However, in a short time, 2 rather strange things have happened. My grandfather recently had a major health scare. He was in critical condition for a week, before getting better on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and finally passing away this morning. From Sunday until this morning, he was lucid in his conversations and was easy to talk to. However, he was saying crazy things, like he'd been walking on the beach all morning, that he'd seen a dragon, or that he hit his foot on the door while carrying my cousin, even though he's on a bed and he can't get up, and my cousin is 200 kilometers away. The doctors told us that this was normal with his treatments. The strange thing started when he started talking about dead people. His brother, his wife, his parents. He would say something, wait a few seconds as if someone would answer him, and then talk again. It could last a long time. In his hallucinations, he would only talk with dead people, until yesterday when he started to talk to his neighbor, who to our knowledge was alive. At the time, we didn't pay much attention. Today, when we heard that he died, we called his friends to invite them to the funeral ceremony, and we learned that the neighbor he was talking to had died on Monday. Still related to the story, according to the doctors, he died between 5 and 7 in the morning. My aunt came to see him as she lives far away. She sleeps in my grandfather's house in his absence. This morning, at 8:30, she was awakened by the sound of footsteps moving around the apartment. A bit worried, she sent a message in the family WhatsApp group to know if anyone had come into the apartment. Nobody had come. All the doors were closed. It was only around 9 a.m. that the hospital called us about the death. I don't know what to think. Normally, I'm very skeptical, but I'm starting to wonder. Maybe my opinion will change with this story. My dad has vascular dementia, lives in an assisted living facility. I come over a couple times a week to drive him to doctor appointments, fill up his medication. So we have a key to his room. Last week, he said that management found my key in one of the bathrooms. I looked in my purse and sure enough, that set of keys were missing. I asked him to hang on to them and I'd get them on my next visit. I went a couple days later, and when I looked down at my purse, my key ring was there. They weren't missing after all. It was weird, but I shrugged it off. When Dad answered the door, he had my keys and handed them to me. That set has one key for his door, one for his mailbox, and a library key fob. I showed him that those weren't mine, suggested that they might belong to one of his nurses. I had passed a couple of them on the way earlier, so I jogged down the hall and asked if the keys belonged to them. Not only was it theirs, but there's only one mailbox key per room. If I had mine, then the other one shouldn't be missing. One of the nurses, Rachel, turned to the other nurse and whispered, "The only thing I can think of is Bob." Both of their faces went pale, and Rachel thought to call the library to say we found a key fob that we wanted to return. The librarian said they couldn't give out personal information, that they'd have to contact the owners themselves. So, Rachel blurted out that if it belonged to who she thought it did, he wouldn't mind because he's dead, and she asked if the owner's name was Bob. The librarian confirmed his full name, and after taking a few moments to herself, Rachel explained that Bob was the last resident to live in my dad's room, and that he had died in there. His room had been empty for 3 years, because any time a new resident moved in, they would complain about the room being haunted and demand to be moved. My dad is the first person who hasn't noticed. He's been in there for 6 months. Now, it seems that Bob has finally returned his keys. A few months ago, my father-in-law had a heart attack and hit his head. He's now brain dead in a medical facility, but his country doesn't allow the withdrawal of life support. Instead, he's being kept alive on a ventilator until his natural death, if you can call it that. Ever since this happened, I've been having waking visions of him in an old-school Soviet-era bureaucratic office, trying to claim his body. Each day, he works his way through the queues of 5 windows in order to get all the paperwork and stamps needed to return home. But it always ends the same. When he gets to the front of the line, time is run out, and the bureaucratic slams the window shut with instructions to come back tomorrow. Some days he gets closer than others, but it's never enough. My neighbor's mother comes from generations of women with the gift. So I asked if her mother could communicate with him, since he's in this in-between place, but she couldn't. That's not how it works. She can only communicate with the fully dead. She did advise that the family should tell him that it's okay to go towards the light, but I didn't have the heart to tell them. 2 weeks later, my neighbor and her mother were doing a reading, and the mother got a message, one that I needed to tell the family, because my father-in-law, he doesn't fully realize he's dead. He's lost. They also used his nickname, but I never even told them his actual name. I don't know what to make of this.
My whole life I've felt uneasy, like I'm constantly being watched by something. It happens the worst at night or when I'm trying to go to sleep. My sisters experience it too, and it genuinely scares us, but we try to laugh it off, joking that we've been cursed. It's significantly worsened since I moved into my boyfriend's house. One day, I woke up to what sounded like someone repeatedly tapping on the wall right above my head. I sounded so distraught when I called him that he left work immediately. I've also had a few sleep paralysis experiences, which have never happened to me before this. The first time I thought I woke up to the sound of someone walking down our hallway, and then right before they would have been at our doorway, I woke up. But I was in the exact position I'd been in my dream. Then today, I thought I woke up to my boyfriend standing in the doorway with our dogs, but I quickly realized I wasn't fully awake. I tried to go back to sleep. That's when I heard my boyfriend say, "Hi, babe." But when I opened my eyes, a man with glowing yellow eyes was crouched down next to the bed, staring at me. I tried to say no a few times. Once again, I woke up in the same position as I had in my dream. I should also mention that my mental health was at an extreme low today, and I know that can make you more susceptible. What does this mean? Should I be concerned? I don't really know much about sleep paralysis. When I was 12, I had a friend named Jay who was 14 and also friends with my cousin. He was an eccentric person and liked to talk as if he were in medieval times, so he didn't have many other friends. I found him funny. He was also into botany and would often go into the woods to study plants, identifying which ones were edible or not. Every time I went with him, he wore an orange hoodie with his name on it and brought along his Jack Russell Terrier. The day of the incident, I was supposed to go to my cousin's house, which was 10 minutes away by bike. On the way, I passed the small entrance to the woods that Jay often used, and I saw him entering with his dog. I yelled his name, but he never looked up. I made my way to the opening and yelled his name again, but he never turned around. He just kept walking. Even his dog didn't react. I almost followed him, but I went to my cousin's house instead. He wasn't there, but his stepdad came to the door and broke the news that Jay was in an accident. He and his dog were coming back from the woods later than usual, and a drunk driver hit them. Jay lived for several hours before succumbing to his injuries. I was shocked. I never told anyone what I saw, and I always kept that doubt with me. I'm almost 40 now, but this happened in the late 90s when I was still in high school. Dad managed a restaurant in the evenings, so he wasn't home. But Mom was in the kitchen. My brother was watching TV in the living room. I was using the old computer in my parents' room, and in the corner of my eye, I clearly saw 2 legs walking towards the door. I assumed it was my brother, but when I turned, nobody was there, and the door was half shut, enough to make it impossible for my brother to squeeze through it. Then, I suddenly froze with an eerie feeling in my gut, but I slowly brushed it off, and I returned to what I was doing. A week later, my mom and I were talking in the living room, and she was standing in front of the 3 large mirrors. As she was talking, I saw a blurry shadow figure run across one of the mirrors. I interrupted her mid-sentence to tell her, and she freaked out. Nothing really prompted these experiences. I haven't seen any movies or read any books that would fuel my imagination. I hadn't even told anyone else what I saw. Another week passed. My dad came home after just making friends with the building manager, Rick. Apparently, one of the tenants on another floor had quietly passed away about 2 weeks ago, and they'd been sitting there in their apartment ever since. Needless to say, this shook me to my core. Dad didn't know about my recent experiences. I knew that it was that poor person's spirit that had been wandering the building. I never got a negative feeling from it, so I can only assume that they were just lost, trying to let us know. This happened late on a Saturday night 40 years ago, when I was 10 and living alone with my mom. She'd gone to bed, but I was having trouble falling asleep. My room was dark, but you could still make out shapes. The sliding closet door was normally closed, but it was open that night. I was laying in bed facing the closet door when I saw it. At first, I thought it was my hoodie, but then it floated out of the closet, straight towards me. It was hard to breathe, but I hid beneath the blankets, hoping whatever it was would go away. I waited for what seemed like a long time before finally getting the courage to poke my head out, which was a terrible idea. That thing was still coming closer. It looked like a black cloaked figure. It wasn't very tall, and I couldn't see any hands or feet. It didn't have a face either. It came even closer, so I closed my eyes to pray it away. I was so scared I didn't know what else to do. When I opened my eyes again, it was right by my bed, and I stopped breathing. The figure bent down, getting closer to my face. But then, it retreated toward the closet and vanished. But I continued screaming bloody murder until my mom came to check on me. I frantically explained what happened. She didn't believe me. To be fair, who would? Obviously, I didn't sleep anymore that night. The next day, I hung out with my friends and completely forgot about the figure until I was ready for bed again that night. The moment I was back in my dark room, all the fear returned. I watched some TV to try to push it out of my mind, but while laying there, I noticed the closet door was open again. I tried to blow it off. That's when the visitor returned. It floated over me just like the night before. This time, I pulled out a very noisy toy machine gun and opened fire. The entity paused in the middle of the room, and still, looking directly at me, I presume, it proceeded to back up and fade away. I still don't know what it was, but I never saw it again, and that's good enough for me. As a child, I would stay at my grandfather's house while my mother was out running errands. I usually wasn't afraid of his house unless it was late at night, but when I was 4, something happened during the day. My aunt was living there at the time, but she had left early one morning before my grandfather or I woke up. Later, my grandfather left to run some errands thinking that she was still upstairs. When I finally woke up, I called out to him. And after a few minutes, I began to panic and ran upstairs to find my aunt. That's when I saw a tall, pitch-black figure standing directly in front of her closed door. It was like a 3-dimensional humanoid shadow. It had no features and stood completely motionless. I began creeping towards it, but when I got close, I chickened out and ran back downstairs, panicking with tears in my eyes. I guess human nature kicked in and told me not to get within arm's length of something I didn't understand. My mother realized I was alone after speaking to both my aunt and grandfather, so she sped over to pick me up. I was more afraid of being in trouble for wetting the bed than I was of the shadow man upstairs. Once we were in the car, Mom asked if I went upstairs to look for my aunt. I said yes, and that a man had been standing at her door. Imagine randomly hearing that from your kid. I'm an adult now, and my mother says that when she was younger, she woke up to see two men talking in that hallway, but couldn't make out what they were saying. She screamed to wake up her dad, but when she turned back towards the hall, they were gone. My grandfather's house is pretty old. I think there's at least one spirit haunting his house. I haven't experienced anything else other than seeing a shadow that looked like my dog running towards my bed. But I'll never forget that tall, featureless figure. Hello, my name is Alexa, and I'm 35 years old. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal. I've attracted things both human and non-human. This was not my first experience, but it stands out because of how I felt. When I was 12, I would walk to and from school, and I always took a shortcut through the local cemetery. One day, I fell in the cemetery, and I saw bare feet right in front of me. I immediately felt very uneasy. When I stood up, I saw a woman. She was wearing a knee-length white nightgown. She had long black hair. She was looking down at her feet. I felt very unsettled, like I could be in danger. She looked at me. When I said hello, that's when I noticed her eyes were blood red, almost reptilian, with vertical pupils. It felt like she was looking through me. She said that I should be more careful, and I needed to go home. Then she disappeared. I never saw her again. I have no idea what she was, but I inherently knew that she could have killed me. If anyone knows what she could have been, please let me know in the comments. As a child, I always enjoyed the spirit world. I used to watch shows, read, and enjoy videos about them. I've always known children and animals have been sensitive to it. I have a 2-year-old, and her dad's house is haunted by 3 spirits. His mother has told me stories upon stories. I stay there all the time, and I've never experienced anything besides seeing things at the corner of my eyes or feeling like I'm being watched, but never malicious. I've always felt a male presence, and as I've been told, his dad's uncle had passed away there of a heart attack, and I normally see shadows in the basement, as his room and his sister's room is down there. And for context, my 2-year-old daughter knows what a ghost is, as she watches Halloween cartoons. But me, my boyfriend, and her were in the room playing around. He was talking to me, and I was laying on the bed. She was on the floor playing. Suddenly, she looks towards the door as the door is shut. She starts crying like she's scared, and we have to stop talking, ask her what's the matter. She says, "Ghosts." Her dad picks her up, and he faces her towards the door, and immediately she's screaming and grabbing him, burying her face into his chest. Immediately I grab her and I say, "Where is it?" She points, and I assure her that it won't hurt her, that it's okay. I told her to leave, please, and she did as soon as I said she was okay. I can assure you, I was more scared than she was, as I've never had it happen to myself. I guess I like to experience ghosts from others' stories, not my own. Tonight I was helping my cousin set up his new basketball hoop, and I watched him play a little after we finished. Just as we were about to go inside, I heard a little girl screaming for help. It sounded like she was near our pond. I was shaking. My cousin had already gone inside, but when he came back out, the noise stopped. I kept shaking as I walked inside to tell my fiancé. She looked out our bathroom window to see a little girl by the pond. She called me over to look, but the girl was already gone.
We've heard knocking and howling, but this was a first. I don't know what's happening. I'm seriously terrified. I checked for any trace of an actual little girl, but there's no sign of anyone having been down there. It's so muddy, there would have been footprints or some trace left behind. I know it wasn't a real kid. If she'd fallen into the water, there would have been ripples and splashing, but the surface was calm and serene. I've been reading up on skinwalkers. I'm 60% native. We just had a child, and lots of negative things are going on in the family right now. I think it's feeding off of these things. I'm going to start catching the stuff on camera so everyone can see what I mean. I need you to hear me out because I promise you, what I experienced in that old library in Massachusetts, it was not a figment of my imagination. I'd heard whispers about paranormal activity from within the walls, but chose to brush them off. I kind of regret that choice now. One evening, with the library held hostage by a roaring thunderstorm, I found myself alone in the furthest corner, poring over books in a language I couldn't decipher. Suddenly, a chill crept up my spine as the hairs on the back of my neck stiffened. Out of nowhere, I sensed a presence behind me. Still disbelieving, I turned, expecting to find a colleague playing a prank. But as I turned, I was met with an ethereal figure, floating inches above the ground. It was a woman, dressed in old-fashioned attire, her eyes hollow, her facial features distorted in silent agony. I bolted from the room, unable to catch my breath as I clawed my way down the hallway. I heard the woman's anguished wail following me. Now, I know you might respond with skepticism, but I've shared this story because I understand the dangers of dismissing such experiences. Believe me, that haunted Massachusetts library has a dark history not to be ignored. Almost 10 years ago, my family took a vacation to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the Big Island. The hotel we stayed at was a nice one. It was a Sheraton hotel, but I know there was another name before it, like Kona or King. But I don't remember anyone telling me or anyone recalling it being haunted or not. Either way, we were there for about 5 days total. On day 3, or night 3, something happened that made the next 2 days a bit different, to say the least. Sleeping got harder and became something I tried in the afternoons. Even then, didn't get much sleep. On the 3rd night, I was with my cousin in the master bedroom of my parents' suite, watching a movie, and at some point, we fell asleep. That night, my parents had essentially given their room or suite to the kids, and the adults were in the adjoining room that my aunt and uncle had reserved. My cousin was still asleep, but I had woken up. It sounded like my little brother and my little cousins had fallen asleep too. I got up and I walked around the room to make sure that everyone was asleep, and I went to turn off the TV in the living room, which was blaring some sort of infomercial. As soon as I shut it off, I heard some sort of soft, muffled sound. It sounded like a group of people. I immediately assumed it was my parents or the adults having a late night, but I hadn't heard them a moment ago in the master bedroom, so I just walked over to the wall that was shared with the other suite, and that's when I saw that it was past 3 a.m. At first, I only thought it was strange that they would be awake so late, but shortly after making it to the wall, I realized the sound had ceased. It was silent throughout both our suite and theirs. But as I walked back to the master bedroom, I heard the low, soft mumble return, and it was as though they were just in the other room, the living room behind me. Turning around, I could see that nothing had changed. No one was awake, and the TV remained off. So I chalked it up to being tired, and I just went back to bed. Possibly someone was around us, neighbors even. As I tried to fall back asleep, I couldn't drown it out. I remember putting a pillow over my head just to try to make the sound go away. Eventually, it must have been even the slightest successful because it was morning. I told my parents about the whole ordeal, and they basically told me that this was a vacation spot. They were sure that it could have been somebody below us even, just younger people having a good time. I didn't agree with them, but what was I going to do about it? That night, I asked my cousin to stay over again. She was for sure more interested in what I had told her than afraid. At least, she didn't dismiss me entirely. So, she stayed and we got to use the living room as our area for the night. My aunt and uncle hosted the younger kids. Because I was so tired, I fell asleep before we could even really start the movie we picked. But I was awoken by my cousin around midnight. She was holding her index finger to her mouth and using her other hand to point to her ear. I listened, and I heard what sounded like whispering. It was close to us, but no one was near us. We laid there, one ear up, and just listened. It was incredibly unsettling, but somehow, my cousin, not being afraid, allowed me to sort of calm down. It was almost the sound of children, but there were so many of them, it was hard to tell if they were all children or some sort of mix of all types of voices. I asked out loud, what could it be? My cousin said, "Ghosts, Kyla. Ghost whispers. I mean, right?" It eventually stopped, and then it would come back. It definitely didn't sound like neighbors. I don't know what it was, but it creeped me out enough to keep me awake. I remember staring at the TV for hours. Random old black and white TV shows just running across the screen. I wasn't really watching as much as keeping myself distracted with the sound and visuals. The last day, I was pretty tired. I thought I would catch up on some sleep before a super fun luau that night. At first, I thought it was just sleepiness or even dreaming a little. I heard loud footsteps. It sounded like someone wearing large, heavy boots or heavy shoes, carrying heavy things. I'd sort of dozed off, but it appeared a few more times. Eventually, I went to shut the door because I wanted to sleep, and I had thought that everybody had been out for a few hours. Closing the door, I realized that I was alone. But suddenly, I feel a bit of air rush towards me. I see the papers on the desk beside me whoosh in the air. I hear what sounds like metal on metal, clashing 3 or 4 times, and then nothing. I had slammed the door almost immediately and was standing on the other side. I really have no idea how to explain that one any better than I just have there. But holy hell, it was incredibly scary. I buried myself in the large bed and mess of comforters, and I tried to get some sleep. That was the last experience I had there, thankfully. I realize all these things happened at times that I was tired, but at a certain point, it feels like you can only blame so much on being tired. Before heading out that night, I couldn't help but notice that none of the windows actually opened in the room. The papers, which had flown about earlier, were still thrown about. My parents had even asked if I had knocked those over and forgotten to pick them up. No, I hadn't, I told them. But I didn't bother telling them what exactly had. I was still trying to wrap my own head around that idea. So, that's my experience. Has anyone ever had one like it? I'd be so curious to know if I'm alone in this or not. This happened to me about 10 years ago, when I was 14. It was a warm summer night in 2012. I was walking around the city with my friends, R, who was 16, and his older cousin Jay, 24. We'd all been neighbors for about 4 years now. Our families knew each other, so it was quite normal for us to all be hanging out together, despite the age gaps. During our walk, we decided to take a shortcut through the cemetery. It was after hours, and I'm pretty sure it was illegal for us to be there, but at the time, we weren't going to do anything other than just cut through, which we would often do during the day as well. As we were walking down the path, I saw headlights turn into the cemetery, and the boys, of course, darted away ahead of me into the trees. Since the others ran ahead of me and off the path, away from the lights, it was pitch black. There was residual light twinkling through the branches as I made my way down into the trees, but it dropped down to a slight hill, and the light was lost. I was walking along, trying to be as quiet as possible, almost blind due to my eyes not adjusting yet, and that's when the feeling of dread sets in. I had no idea where the guys were. I couldn't see, and I didn't want to be caught by the police, by myself. But there was something else, almost a chill in the air on a warm July night. I tried to brush it off, the uneasy feeling, thinking it was just my nerves being scared because the guys took off without me. But alarms were going off in my head, like something was very, very wrong, and apart from legal reasons, I should not be there. I make out a shape to the left of me. As I'm walking, I take a couple of steps towards it. Guys, is that you? Nothing. No response. I take a few more steps towards it, and I swear to God, just like the movies, a freaking twig snaps under my foot. Now, the reason I had thought that it was the guys is because this shape was crouched down next to a pile of brush, and it was big enough to look like two people hunched over. I thought that they had been hiding there, but when the twig snapped, I stopped in my tracks as the thing stood up and towered over me. I was about 5 foot tall at the time, and this thing was easily 2 of me stacked right on top of each other. Whatever this thing was, it was only 15 feet or so away from me, and I was frozen in horror. It was facing away from me at first, and then its neck, its head, it almost swiveled around like an owl, and I was met with an oval-shaped gray face, no nose or mouth, only 2 pitch-black, hollow eye sockets. The rest of this thing's body was pitch black against the dark trees, the light from the path no longer streaming through the branches. It was just me and this thing that seemed like the personification of darkness itself. This thing and I stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. The woods around me, through the corners of my eyes, were getting darker. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it through my entire body. Every tiny hair on my body was prickling. I was cold. The only thing I can remember thinking was, this is it. I'm never going to see my family again. The body of this thing had followed its head and swiveled, so now I could see its long, curved arms held right up to what would be this thing's chest. Its legs were similarly curved, almost like it wasn't standing at full height, but still slightly crouched down. Its body was almost translucent. It looked like it was wearing some kind of hooded cloak that was see-through as well. The only thing that was 100% solid was its face, in its void-like eyes that made me feel like I was staring right into the depths of hell. Neither of us moved. We were locked in the most terrifying staring contest. It felt like an eternity, until a strange feeling came over me. I felt like I could move again, and I had the energy to run a 5K marathon without breaking a sweat. Then I heard a very calm but stern voice say, "Go. Now. Run." It's kind of hard to explain where the voice was coming from exactly. It was sort of in my head, but all around at the same time. I'm getting chills as I write this. I know the voice did not come from whatever this thing was in front of me, because when I heard the voice speak, it looked as if this horrid creature recoiled at the sound of it, like it took a step or two backwards and kind of ducked its head down. I saw this as my chance, and I turned away from this thing, and I started bolting down further into the tree line, and no longer caring about being quiet and crashing around through the bush like an animal being chased by a predator. I could almost feel this thing right on my tail, but after running about 200 feet-ish, I run directly into the guys, literally crashing into them. I'm obviously scared and pissed, so I ask why the fuck they left me out there like that, and they apologized. Apparently, I'd been missing for almost a half an hour, and they'd already searched the direction I ran from. They heard weird whispering all around the woods while I was gone, like the voices were coming from everywhere around them. They said right before I crashed into them, the whispering stopped. I told them about what I saw, and all they said was that we should get out of there. We left the cemetery very quickly, and as soon as we walked out of the gates, it was like we all let out a sigh of relief. We never talked about that night again, and even during the day, none of us ever took that shortcut through the cemetery. I still live in the same city, and to this day, I avoid it like the plague. I won't even drive by it. This isn't my only story, but it's definitely one of the more terrifying ones that still haunts me to this day. Through my younger years, 7 to 12, my mother dated a guy very on and off, which I think mostly had to do with him being in the Army and staying with his family in Laredo, Texas whenever he was home. Either way, he invited us to visit his cousin's summer cabin in Monterrey, Mexico for a weekend, so we did. The cabin was very ranch style, longer in one dimension and shorter than the other, so it was built like an architectural rectangle. On one far side of the building, think of this as an aerial view, was the kitchen, and next to it was the living room. Attached to the living room was a long, slender hallway, connected to the bedrooms on each side, and a bathroom on one of the sides. The backyard was only accessible through the living room via a sliding door, and it started as a bit of a desert floor which met forest tree lines of dead or dying Monterey cypress trees. Meeting the tree line was an elevated hunting tower, which had its platform meeting the top of the vertical tree line. On our way to the cabin, my mom's boyfriend was telling us about a cursed legend of the witches of Monterey. Apparently, they'd been haunting the mountainous area for generations, and they were his childhood versions of La Lenora. Clearly, he was just trying to scare us from the get-go, and me being so young, I was eating it up like candy. We got to the cabin in the late evening, so we decided to stay in for the night and watch M. Night Shyamalan's The Lady in the Water. After the movie, my mom's boyfriend asked me to go get something from the bedroom for him, and as I was halfway down the hallway, he turned the lights off on me. Let me remind you, this was a very rural part of Mexico, so the dark was dark. And with all the scary stories and all at the time scary movie, I was spooked and I froze. My mom's boyfriend began to make your stereotypical ghost noises and taunted me to go deeper into the dark hallway. But I was so petrified, I remember just standing there, frozen in fear. Long story short, my mother got him and he turned the lights back on. They comforted me, and after a few apologies, we all went to bed. I can't remember how I slept that night, but I honestly wish I did. The next day, we did basic tourist shit. Went to a bazaar, embraced the city's beautiful mountain range, which seemed to hug the city. We ate authentic Mexican food and finished the main hub of the city. When the day was all done, we decided to call it and we went back to the cabin. All these details, they're important to me because I remember the night before so vividly, yet can't remember anything else about this night other than what I'm going to write about. I was in the living room of the cabin, and I remember my mom's boyfriend was there with me. He asked if I wanted to go up into the hunting tower out back, and I innocently said yes. I remember following him through the back door of the living room, and I remember him walking ahead and turning back to wave me towards him. I took it as he was trying to help me keep up and follow him. I watched him climb up the ladder of the hunting tower, and then I heard a voice behind me. My name. It was my mom's boyfriend behind me, asking where I was going. I turned back around to look at the hunting tower along the tree line, and no one was there. Nothing was. Not an animal, not my mother, not a specter, nothing. Fast forward a few years ago, my now wife and I are still dating at the time, and we're sharing ghost experiences with one another. And yes, I do have one other ghost experience in my life that I believe to be genuine as well. I told her about this experience in Monterey, and I'll never forget the cold or pale look on her face when I told her. She's from a Mexican family as well, and this legend of the witches of Monterey, it's a very real thing for her as well. The truly scary part, I was telling her this story on a Friday, and according to what her family told her growing up, Friday is a forbidden day to talk about them, because that's the one day of the week they're the most powerful. Apparently, they never forget their prey and use that day as a lure towards what they lost. Initially, I thought, bullshit. But I can't begin to express how many Fridays my wife had to stop me because I had randomly brought up the story on a Friday. Maybe it was subconscious, I don't know. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? If not, I'd still like feedback, comments, concerns. Thanks for reading my story. Before I call bullshit on my coworker, I'm wondering if any of my UK friends could chime in and tell me if this chick is just crazy, or if she's telling the truth. Tara, my coworker, moved to Tampa from York, England last year. On Saturday, we have an office party and she flirtatiously requests for a ride home. We both live in the same town just outside of the metropolitan area. I'm a lesbian. She might be. I don't know. But I decide to see where things go and test my feelers. We're driving and she unbuckles her seatbelt, turning her body, and puts her feet in my lap as I'm driving. She's pretty short, so her maneuver is less life-threatening and more of a positive sign that my intuitions were correct. She's facing me to talk. As she's asking about my childhood and other questions to fill the time, I place my right hand on her left foot, and as my fingers rub across her skin, I feel a small circular scar on the back of her ankle, about the size of a $50, with impressions like a tiny buzzsaw was rolled around her ankle. I ask how she got the scar, And she tells me, when she was a little girl in York, she'd ride her bike to get around her small suburban town. One day, a few meters from leaving her house, she came upon a trail that looked to have been recently cut. Instead of riding her bike around this large wooded park that separated her from the town, this trail, she thought, looked like it led right through. The tree park was only about a football field size, but having to ride your bike all the way around always made it seem bigger. Seeing this freshly cut path was an exciting discovery she was eager to explore. The tree canopies above gave the trail shade and provided a nice escape from the summer sun. Riding her bike along the dirt path, she noticed a big, hollowed tree. Inside the large knot of this tree, Tara says she saw 2 fairies fluttering in and out. She said that they were as tall as a can of fizzy drink. For my North American friends, fizzy drink is a soda pop. Well, she stopped her bike and watched these 2 fairies flying back and forth from the tree, returning sticks and nuts to the hollowed knot. Tara says that she stood there for a good 10 minutes, mesmerized by their sparkling wings and little human-like bodies fluttering around. On one of the trips these fairies made, little Tara noticed it struggling with a big, leafy branch. The fairy's wings flapped and flapped, trying to pull this large branch up, eventually collapsing in the grass next to the tree from exhaustion. The branch was giant compared to the fairy, but a twig for Tara's size. Seeing this tired little creature compelled her to get off of her bike and help. She says that she walked over and picked up the branch, and the other fairy appeared from behind the tree, a few inches from her face. Its face wasn't like storybooks portray, though. Absent of beauty was this creature. Its features more resembled a troll, and its clothes were not elegant. Primitive garments, only worn to protect its skin from the natural surroundings. The fairy didn't speak, but Tara knew by its glare and almost telepathic energy that she'd fucked up. She set the branch down and started to walk back towards her bike. The fairy lets her get 3 or 4 steps before its wings start fluttering and it begins to chase Tara. She turns and runs the last couple of feet towards her bike. But as she's jumping on and about to slide her kickstand up, she feels a searing hot pain in the back of her ankle. Looking down, Tara's horrified to see that the fae has bitten her and is still attached to her leg by its nasty little razor-sharp teeth, each one sinking deeper as she tried to kick it off. Eventually, one desperate swing of her leg launches the fairy off her ankle, giving Tara a chance to pedal away. She rode her bike back home in agony, and the bite became infected. Her mother thought that she'd scraped herself on something, but her grandmother was the only one that believed her story. To add to her outlandish claim, she concludes her story by saying when her and her dad went out to see where it happened, the trail was gone. It was back to a regular tree park that it had always been. What do you think? I don't know if I'm on her mom's side or her grandma's. Is there any validity to her story? Or is this a red flag that I may not want to pursue? We used to always go camping in the spring, my brother and I. We could get away with it because we grew up in Southern California, so it's basically always camping weather. Used to. The past tense being that my brother's not around anymore. He's since died. He died in all of this COVID stuff, actually. He just needed some treatments, Things he couldn't be getting for a while there. Vital stuff, you start to see that. Just a little too late. Well, I'm pushing 50, and he was about 6 years older than me. We weren't exactly going camping regularly when he passed anyhow. But when we were, our only rule was a new place every year. Plenty of places for us to set up for a few days, Plenty of places where we didn't really need to hit the same spot twice. Too much to see or whatever. We'd either go northeast towards Big Bear or just south a little bit towards Cleveland National Forest. Well, this particular year we camped inside of Joshua Tree Park. We'd been in the area before, just an entirely different area of the park. This area was Indian Cove Campground. Real nice place. Not sure if it's still the case on account of us never going back. The whole place is right off one of the main highways into the park, and Joshua Tree in this area resembles a desert. There aren't a lot of trees around in this area, so this wasn't us in the middle of the forest. Essentially, it's a cove of rock formations. Where we set up was in the middle of the camp, the rocks forming a sort of horseshoe around us. A small hike up and around the rocks would take you to the restrooms. Honestly, it's one of the less secluded areas that we'd ever been to, yet somehow it still managed to be the only place that's ever actually scared us. After setting up, we hiked for quite some time, going the distance and tiring ourselves out pretty good before the sun started making its way down. As we headed back to camp, I thought it was just me feeling a little strange, until my brother piped up from behind me. "What is that, you think? That sound?" I hadn't been hearing any sounds. It just felt like someone was near us, like we were being watched. I told him, "I don't hear anything, but let's pick up our pace." It wasn't but maybe 10 seconds that had passed when I hear something. It sounded like someone was above us, like maybe walking on the rocks or scaling them. In a few places, the trails dipped behind these rock formations, and I started feeling paranoid that someone was trying to keep themselves concealed behind them. My brother, on the other hand, took the noise to mean that there was just another hiker. "Oh, that's not the sound I heard earlier. That sounds like someone's hiking." We were both wrong. As we got closer to the end of the trail, where the other trail eventually feeds into it, it was pretty clear that there were no other hikers. I walked down the trail just a little bit, behind the rock wall. My brother was confused, asking me why I was heading that way. I told him I don't like the idea of someone hiding out here so close to our camp. But next, he made a good point. The sun was going down quickly, and within a few minutes, we'd be out here in the dark, with no light source. We decide that we'll go back to the campsite, grab some flashlights, and come back just to be sure no one was hiding away. Back at the campsite, it was dark now. We'd set up some lanterns and took a flashlight with us to check the rocks. Before approaching the entrance of the trail, I heard something moving from above us. My brother does too, and we point our lights up, but we see nothing. I should clarify, my brother and I walking around the park after sundown, it's frowned upon. I started to feel a bit goofy though, searching for who knows what. And then we heard it again. It sounded like something was scaling the rock wall. But these weren't the kind of rocks that you could just climb. They were smooth and rounded in a way that would offer zero grip. And the sound, it didn't just happen and stop like before. It kept going. And now, standing at the entrance of the trail, the sound echoed. It was blatantly obvious. We looked at each other. His face shows me that we are still hearing the same sound. Our flashlights were now wildly bouncing around. We would have expected to at least see an animal, but there was nothing. Just the sound of something large, scaling the rocks. Then, our flashlight catches the glimpse of something. It's only for a moment, but it's enough to end the search and send us running in the other direction. What we saw, it was something long, pale, skinny. It was almost transparent. It was a limb of some kind. It was unclear if it was an arm or a leg or what, but it definitely wasn't human. We ran. I kept looking back. I saw nothing, but we both heard a screech. A loud one. And look, I've got nothing to compare the screech to. I've heard screeching owls. I've heard bats, big cats, coyotes, people, tires, all the screeching things, and nothing has ever come close to what we heard. We didn't stay about another 10 minutes, packed up our gear, and decided to head back south, home. We'd make up for it about a month later, camping elsewhere. But at the time, there was nothing we wanted more than to just go home. We hardly even spoke until we'd been on the road for about an hour. Even then, we were silent with our theories for several years. No idea what we saw that night, but it was enough to send 2 grown men running. So, I don't think I'd choose to encounter or mess with that thing again. Any idea what we saw all those years ago? Has anyone else ever had strange experiences at Joshua Tree? My husband and I bought our first home almost 2 years ago. It's near the local cemetery. I say near, but it's more like the cemetery is our backyard. There's several rows of trees and a tall wooden fence that separates us from the cemetery. This aspect has never bothered us. We actually like being able to access the cemetery. It offers a decent walking path, and for the most part, I've always found them rather peaceful. If it's important, this cemetery, our house, and a few other houses are spread out at the end of a long dirt road. Our house was absolutely off the grid, which we appreciated. The town itself is sort of small, with a heavy population sitting mainly together in the center. A few large farm properties before getting to the outskirts, the cemetery, the forest, our property, and more forest. My point being that there's just not a lot of people out here. One of my favorite things to do is to walk my bird around outside in the mornings. It sounds silly, but we're talking about an umbrella cockatoo, one of the largest and most affectionate birds around. My beautiful bird is Bono, and yes, Bono is still around. He will likely outlive me and my husband. But anyway, Bono normally asks me to go for the walk. Sort of how you would ask a dog to go for a walk. This is because shortly after I got Bono, I moved in with my husband, who was my then boyfriend. And shortly after that, he decided to adopt a dog, whom we named Snoopy. The 2 animals had coexisted for the first 4 years of Bono's life. The first phrase Bono ever learned was naturally the one that he'd heard the most. Or maybe he just was fond of Snoopy's reaction to the question, "Want to go for a walk?" Sadly, Snoopy passed away due to a form of terminal blood cancer. It was 4 years after we adopted him. I wouldn't say that Bono was totally depressed, but he certainly missed his pal. When my husband and I stopped asking to go for a walk, Bono started asking instead. It made me incredibly sad. However, one day, he started adding, "Bono, go for a walk." And this made me laugh. I picked him up, and I took him outside for a walk, and the rest is history. He doesn't fly, he just sits on my shoulder, walks around on my shoulders, that sort of thing. So our routine was to take a couple of laps around the walking path, and then I'd let Bono chat with me and maybe other birds while sitting on this really large stone bench. The bench has a perch that Bono likes to sit on. One morning, early into our move to the new place, my morning walk with Bono was a little different. We had been walking our second and last loop before sitting down. I felt like Bono was being extra fidgety, hopping from shoulder to shoulder a bit more frequently. And then he started making noises. I started to get nervous until I realized that the sounds were familiar. The noises that Bono was mimicking was a whistle. He just hadn't made them since Snoopy passed away. I felt a little less uneasy, but I was curious. Maybe there was a dog in the park. I hadn't seen anyone walking their dog, but maybe someone had a new morning routine. I turn around and we're alone. No people, no pets. Bono then starts to rock back and forth, excitedly. Another move that he would do when Snoopy was around. Suddenly, I felt something brush past my legs. It startled me so much that I jumped and likely made a noise. This caused Bono to laugh at me in his best bird laugh, and he immediately followed it up with, "Silly Snoopy." And I froze. Standing there, I listen as Bono repeats it over and over. "Silly Snoopy, silly Snoopy." I see nothing, no explanation for what has just brushed past me. Within a few steps, we make it to the stone bench. Bono proceeds to hop onto his perch, and he says things like, "Good Snoopy," and "Snoopy kisses," followed by kissy noises. While sitting and observing my bird, a sudden warmth is felt to my left, just below Bono's perch. I can't really explain why I did this, but I found myself moving my hand over to pet the warmth to my left. When I did, I felt nothing physically, but I swear my entire body was saying, "Snoopy." And then I felt the warmth sort of disappear. For about a half a second, I felt really silly. But almost immediately after the warmth had left my side, I hear, "Good Snoopy. Bye-bye, Snoopy." Turning to look at my bird, I see he's still excited, rocking back and forth. "Bye-bye, Snoopy." He stops with all the familiar noises shortly afterwards, and for a few minutes, we just sit. I remember crying, but not because I was sad or anything. Honestly, I was sort of moved by the whole thing. What I find so special and so strange about this encounter is Bono had never made these noises or had these conversations, not on our walks through the same area, and he hasn't done it since. Shortly after, I recall asking Bono on one of our walks, "Snoopy?" And he actually responded to me, saying, "No, Snoopy, ha ha." And also, just to say it, before this, I had never experienced anything like it, and I haven't since. The feeling of a phantom dog or phantom anything brushing against me, the warmth, it all felt like it really meant something. Oddly enough, my husband had a dream about Snoopy that same morning. We just hadn't talked about it yet. He's not sure about the whole thing being paranormal or connected, but he agrees that it's definitely strange and cool. When Snoopy left to the puppy hospital that day, over a year ago, none of us knew that it would be the last time we saw him. But at least my husband and I got to say goodbye, you know? Part of me feels like this was actually Snoopy saying goodbye to Bono. So I don't know that we'll ever encounter him again, but I'm glad we all shared this moment. Hug your pets and have a blessed day. Union Cemetery in Connecticut is known to be one of the most haunted in the country. You can research yourself, but there's a lot of people who have seen the White Lady there. My family, who lives near the cemetery, told me of the legend, saying that normally people will see green mist or sparkle, and then they'll usually see her from their car. Whenever I visit them, I pass the cemetery more than 5 times a day. It's definitely creepy looking. About 20 years ago, when my aunt and her family moved there, they all went and got ice cream one night. On the way home, they were all looking to see if they could spot the ghost. One of my younger cousins was acting very weird when they got home. He told his sister that he saw the woman, but they were just kids and she thought that he was just trying to scare her. That night, he woke up, screaming and crying. His mom and sister went to calm him down, but he didn't stop. Every night, he woke up crying and screaming, talking to someone, sleepwalking, all the stuff you could imagine. And whenever they tried to calm him down, he was totally unaware of anything that was happening around him, as if he was in another world. They'd shake him aggressively, and he wasn't responsive, ever. My aunt said that she took him to see a spiritual doctor, and it was the doctor who healed him. Nothing has happened to him since. Fun fact, Ed and Lorraine Warren, the one the Conjuring movies are based off of, lived less than 10 minutes from my family's house. I drove by it last year, and it was crazy to think that the Annabelle doll was in that house. Lorraine wanted to visit my cousin's high school because the catacombs were supposed to be haunted, but the school didn't let her. I grew up in an incredibly old farmhouse near York, Pennsylvania. It dated back to 1796. It was added on to and expanded almost 6 or 7 times. What began as a plot of 50 acres was trimmed down to 10 when I lived there, 2008 to 2018. I believe I experienced firsthand a prime example of an energy haunting or a possible poltergeist that latched onto me. I always felt a tangible sense of being watched or stalked everywhere I went in the house. I was shaking with fear at all times, if not occupied with something to do or having people around. This sensation, it didn't stop from the time I was 9 years old to 19 years old when I moved out. My father was a manipulator, a verbal and physical abuser, possibly bipolar, BPD. I would later discover I'm most likely the same way. I grew up incredibly sensitive. Everything was overly intense on all spectrums of feelings. Scary people were extra scary. Loud things were extra loud. I was able to be overly happy and also soul-crushingly sad. I began to suffer from severe manic depression, possible ADHD, and bouts of hysterical sadness that plagued my high school years. This has continued into adulthood, something I struggle to maintain grip of. My mother is a major empath, feels emotions incredibly intensely as well, good and bad. Things started mild, consistent footsteps and boards creaking all throughout the nights. When we were young, these examples were brushed off as old house, old bones from my parents. There was certainly old house dryness or energy stiffness. It felt unsettling when you were inside by yourself. It felt like the house was alive, yet somehow incredibly dead and heavy, with just, emptiness. All of my friends from their young ages through high school, they all said it just had a feel to it. This house has been lived in feeling, or an intimidating feel. The early years. My brother and I shared a room for the first few years, around month 9 or 10 after moving in. Our bedroom door was slammed nearly off the hinges in front of my wide-awake, alert eyes. It was around midnight on a Saturday. It was storming out, and all of the windows they'd been closed, leaving no possible draft. My brother woke one night to use the bathroom when he was maybe 10 years old. Directly across from the toilet, you could see out the window and into the driveway about 20 yards away. He said he saw multiple shadow people moving around the area. We had a garage light that illuminated the space. He told me in tears the next morning. I was plagued with peripheral vision, shadow people, during the day. I was going insane thinking I was catching things out of the corners of my eyes. I watched a full-bodied, 10-foot black shadow move from the hallway light into the dark of my shared room along the wall. It moved along the wall like a rectangular, vertical blob of shadow energy. I watched it dissipate after staring frozen in fear for nearly an hour. My mom told me for years that she consistently heard old record music, 40s or 30s radio-esque tunes, coming from upstairs while alone during the day. My mom was a homemaker, so she spent her days cleaning and prepping meals, laundry, etc. Well, she was downstairs in the basement on 2 occasions when she reported to us that she heard an animal-like, heavy scurry across the floor of the house from above her, only to investigate and find no signs of activity upstairs. My dad had his back turned to the living room every morning when he would get ready for work. Standing to eat breakfast at the kitchen island, his keys and belongings were in a drawer inside. He would leave early, around 4 or 5 in the morning. He said one morning he felt the hair stand up on his neck, like his gut told him something was behind him. He swears that he turned and he caught the tail end of a white gown or dress, like someone had just walked out of frame from the living room entrance as he turned to look. He started turning all of the downstairs lights on in the mornings. I want to tell the whole story and where it leads to. It's disturbing, but I hold great pride in what a great house it still was for my childhood experience. A house is a house. The things abiding in it are a different story. My middle school years. Just a loud bang. After my brother and I had split rooms, I used to go into my bedroom closet, and if I knocked on the wall, he would hear it against his bedroom wall. He knew it was me every night, and he'd still get super spooked. This was a ritual for a few weeks. This happened one night. He got particularly upset and screamed to stop. My dad yelled from downstairs to knock it off and to go to bed. I stepped into the bathroom to brush my teeth, and I heard the loudest slam I couldn't have conjured in my head. It was like an anvil was pushed off of a shelf and onto the floor, or like a car had slammed into a telephone pole. My brother screamed, "I told you to stop!" My heart sank into my stomach, and I was immediately flooded with tears. I begged my father to believe it wasn't me that time. The cuckoo clock. I had friends sleeping over downstairs in the living room with me. We were hanging out late one night, and we had this amazing old German cuckoo clock. It was on the wall. It hung for decoration. It never worked. I went upstairs to get some toiletries for the night, and I heard a loud giggling from beneath me. I came back, and there was noticeable chatter and shrieks for a moment. "What's up?" I asked, and they replied, "Your clock went off and it scared the shit out of us." I told them, "That clock doesn't work. It's never worked." They fully described the doors opening, the little men dancing, making music, and then it stopped. In the middle of me saying something like, "That's not possible," it went off as I was standing beside it. We got rid of the clock. "She's coming down the stairs." That very night, we were all asleep in the living room. The wooden boards of our staircase were so old and creaky, it was actually obnoxious to walk on. It was so loud to traverse the steps, it would likely wake someone up. One of my friends woke to the sound of slow, heavy creaks, one by one, down the staircase. There may have been one living room lamp light on, but as you looked into the kitchen, the lights would have been pitch black, and the staircase off to the left was accessed from the kitchen. He heard the last step at the bottom make a noise, and then silence, as if someone had stepped onto the relatively quiet ceramic tile of the kitchen floor. No one appeared to be in view. Frozen in fear, he called out my dad's name. It was the only foreseeable person to be coming down so heavy-footed in the middle of the night. He called out a second time and gets no answer. He never heard anyone go back up the stairs. He stared into the kitchen, paralyzed. He told us the next morning that he turned all the lights on and waited out the night. He didn't come back for a few weeks. The progression was slow, few and far between, but when things happened, they were so intense and noticeable you didn't forget them. Rising tensions with my father, coming of age, and inner issues began to plague my subconscious. Starting high school, dating, pressures, sports, doing horrible in school, all compounded to the hours I spent locked in my room, night after night, for years, drowning in self-pity and hatred and sadness, only to be interrupted by hanging out with friends or family gatherings. I was an incredibly happy and popular kid who was already building this inner alter ego whom only I knew. The real kid, suffering alone. High school, 2013 to 2015. Walking in your sleep. I began sleepwalking again about this time, something I hadn't done since I was very little. Now, some 6'2", and mostly grown, it was probably a sight to see. My mother reported me coming downstairs on 2 occasions and looking at her with nothing eyes and mumbling under my breath shortly after going to bed. I'd crawled into my parents' bedroom, nearly naked. I'd woken up in the bathroom another time. The list goes on. Not once did I have any momentary recollection of these happenings. First contact. I was screaming into a pillow until I couldn't stay awake anymore. I was crying until it felt good to fall asleep. I was stressed, sleep-deprived, anxious, and drowning in priorities. I believe certain people are energy hotspots. People in low places, having the power to send a beacon to spirits or entities that are wanting to latch onto something with a feed potential. I began counseling treatment for chronic depression. This is always why I believed that other than my brother and father's one-off experiences, my mother and I had the most consistent reportings of things happening. We were beginning to be called crazy or egging it on. I slept with my phone beside me on a nightstand every night, face down with a rubber case. I woke to the sound of a sudden rumble or patter, crash, from across the room. Something heavy that had hit the floor and tumbled around for a moment. I reached for my phone, and it wasn't there. In the dark, I stood and walked to the light switch by the door, across the room by 12 feet. And at the foot of the door was my cell phone. I was baffled. How could it have just fallen off the nightstand but traveled 10 plus feet? And it didn't roll there. It was dropped there, like it had been airborne for a moment. After a few moments of lying in confusion, it was as if somebody blew a hard exhale in my left ear, like a hot, breathy pressure that was immediate I slapped the side of my face in a jerk reaction. I just felt really helpless. Second contact. On a separate night, I woke to the sound of a parachute pants-like whoosh, like something of that material was being rubbed or dragged, and felt a slight pressure sensation at my feet. I've always tucked the end of my bedsheets in because I like that locked-in feeling when I sleep. I reached for my cell phone flashlight to quickly scan the room, and with my own eyes, I saw the corner of my bedsheets sticking straight out towards the center of the room, like someone was pulling it off of me. The split second I flashed the light onto it, it dropped immediately. I was too scared to speak, to call for help, to do anything. I didn't move for a few hours, terrified beyond belief. There's more to the stories the rest of the time we spent there, but I'll have to write that out at another time. Thanks for reading. This occurred when I was around 10 years old. I grew up in a small town, and I lived in a 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house with 6 people. This meant my sisters and I shared a small room. My grandma decided that she was tired of having no space in our room with the 3 single beds, and it was time to get a bunk bed. In this small town, I remember shopping for this bunk bed in this run-down store. It wasn't the typical furniture store. I almost believed that it was a second-hand shop or some type of discount store. By the time I was in my teens, this building was turned into a billiard game room. This place wasn't there long. The exciting day arrived. We put the bunk beds in the room, moved the dresser with a small black and white old TV and an Atari. These weren't new, but moved from another location in the house. This was the late 80s. Yes, we had an Atari, when everybody else had a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo. The Atari and TV were placed so that I could sit on the end of the single bed and use it as a chair while we played Atari. The space between the single bed and bunk bed was approximately 2 to 3 feet. This is when the paranormal activity in our room started to become frequent. I had opted to take the single bed since my sisters really wanted to sleep in a cool bunk bed. They have more stories than myself. Anyway, one night, I remember being in my room alone, playing on the Atari. My grandma and mom were talking to some family members that had stopped by, and my sisters were watching TV in the family room. Again, small house, small room. I know I was alone in the room. Being alone and being alone with the Atari was something that didn't happen often. I was focused on my game when to the right, I could hear the bunk bed shake a little, like someone just grabbed it and shook it for a second. That had to be my imagination, right? A few seconds or more go by, and the thing shakes again. This time for a few seconds. I remember distinctively telling myself, "Don't be afraid. Don't look. Don't be afraid. It's nothing." Almost to a new high score, and if I die, I don't have to give anyone else a turn. Motivation to stay. A few more seconds go by as I keep playing my game. It shakes a third time, for what I remember being the same interval as the last. Again, I tell myself to be strong, don't be afraid. It's just your imagination. Don't even look. Well, with whatever was happening, I must have pissed it off with my lack of response or acknowledgement. The bunk bed began violently shaking with no stopping. I stood up and I ran, dropping the Atari paddle and hearing it swing into the dresser. I didn't get to beat my high score. My grandma and my mom didn't believe me. I was laughed at by the visiting family members. At least I didn't have to sleep in that bunk bed or go back into that room by myself. My sisters have some more scary stories, like an old man ghost standing on the end of the bed, climbing the ladder, with glowing white hair. One was hearing glass shatter in the room and not being able to find the source. Quite a few more, but that was my personal scary story with it. We ended up having a house fire due to a malfunctioning AC unit 4 years later, and it destroyed that bed. After restoring the house and damages, my twin and I ended up moving back into that room with 2 single beds. The air in that room felt lighter and more free. Never had a haunting or paranormal experience in that room after that. Hence, we dubbed it the haunted bunk bed. The Bothell Hell House poster fire. Spring 2014. Not that many poltergeist survivors can say they witnessed seeing a poltergeist flee the scene of a crime. By crime, I mean arson. But I can. One of the most horrifying events I faced while living in the Bothell home was the day the poster caught fire in my office. Recap. Tina and I had witnessed a lot of activity in the weeks leading up to the poster catching fire. I'm talking about bar stools being thrown. Our bedroom light was going on and off by itself in the middle of our sleeping. Loud bangs, loud footsteps, door slams. And yes, one Bible catching fire. All of that happened within a week of the story I'm about to tell. The advice given to us by friends and family was to smudge the house. The internet said the same thing. Smudging lessens the activity. Let me tell you, smudging never lessened the activity. Not in our house. It made it worse. This story is proof of that. The night before the poster caught fire, I asked Tina if she would feel comfortable smudging the house. Tina was an excellent person to do the smudging. She was more thorough than me. She could smudge every nook and cranny. And so she did. The next day we woke up and got ourselves ready for work. Nothing unusual about that morning, except the house was still smelling like burnt sage, which I thought was a good thing. Your house should smell like sage if you smudged the night before. I later found out that smudging before you go to bed can be dangerous. Extremely dangerous. I compare smudging before going to bed to kicking open a fire ant bed before having a picnic. Tina and I got up that morning and did what we always do. We got ready for work. The feeling of being watched had lessened. 30-odd minutes later of us waking up, Tina walks up to me and kisses me goodbye. Now it's just me in the house. The only thing on my mind right now is beating Seattle traffic. I gotta get out of this house and get to work. A few minutes after I stepped into the shower, it happened. The devil arrived. Every fire alarm in the house starts going off. I'm standing in the doorway of the bathroom, half dried off, thinking, oh shit, it's happening. I knew right then that something was up. I didn't know what specifically, not yet anyway. Something is up though, and it's not good. I remember running through the master bedroom and reaching our bedroom doorway, and that's when I saw it. Well, felt it. I feel a large mass run right by me. I can't see what runs past me. I can only feel it. It was huge, taller than me, wider than me. All I could hear besides the fire alarms going off was this loud stomping sound. My eyes and ears turned toward the direction of the stomping noise and followed it downstairs. Suddenly, the front door of the house opens wide and it slams shut. That is it. The door just opens wide on its own and slams shut. The That's when my brain says, give chase, Keith, give chase. But I'm thinking, give chase to what? I still have not determined if someone was in the house. I haven't seen anything. The door just opened and closed on its own. What am I chasing? So I do what my brain says. I run down the stairs and I reach the front door. I should be able to get a good glimpse of the intruder as he's leaving the house. I throw my hand on the doorknob and nothing happens. The front door does not open. Correction, the front door does not budge, not even a centimeter. I must have fought with the doorknob for about 2 seconds before realizing that I had a fire to deal with. Smoke is billowing from my office upstairs. I run to my office, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's the fire. The wall behind my computer desk is on fire. The poster, specifically. How many seconds have transpired between the fire alarm going off and where I'm standing now? 30 seconds. The first thing I do to kill the fire is toss my damp towel over it. The fire did not put up a fight. It was gone. I turn and I run downstairs again. The house is filled with smoke. I get to the front door and I try to open the front door again. Nothing. The door will not budge. This is the same door I saw open less than a minute ago. The doorway felt like it had been welded shut. The fire alarms are still wailing in the background. I can taste the chemicals from my burnt poster in my mouth, the smell in my nostrils. And that's when it dawned on me. The house isn't the one that's under attack. I am. Think carefully, Keith. The next few decisions could be your last. What are you going to do? I was in shock at this stage because I remember the events vaguely at this point. Suddenly, I'm on the phone with the 911 operator. I'm screaming to her that my house is on fire. She's maintaining her level of professionalism, asking me in a calm voice. Every time I utter my address through the phone, enormous amounts of static breaks out. I'm talking about loud electrical interference. We go through this, I can't hear you. Routine for about 30 seconds. Finally, she gets my address, and in doing so, she lets me know the fire department is on their way. I hang up and call Tina. Thank God she answers. Tina could hear the fire alarm screaming through the phone. I blurt out for her to come back home, to come back to the house. The house is under attack. I hang up. The front door, for reasons I can't explain, finally opened. It opened within seconds of the fire department arriving. How ironic. The firemen dart inside, and at my urging, proceed up towards the office. They said I did a good job of putting the poster fire out. Tina runs into the house a minute after they arrived and grabs me. I was half naked and shaking like a leaf because all I could remember was Tina throwing blankets over me. I'm shivering and shaking like a wet puppy. I'm not afraid to admit that I was crying and quivering like a baby. You would have thought somebody doused me in a tub of ice water, cubes and all. That's how cold I was. The fire department never could determine what caused the fire. Tina and I knew, though. This is the second fire incident that we've experienced. Note, there will be 2 more fire incidents in that house in the coming weeks. When the fire department left, all Tina and I had now was each other. The demons who did this are still here. They're snickering at us. Whatever ran past me in the upstairs hallway had to have been some sort of ringleader. I'll always remember what it felt like when it ran past me, through me. Evil, diabolical evil. Neither one of us could think of a solution to our problem. The only thing left to do now is to contact the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church that, up to this point, has been ignoring us, giving us the runaround. It's the only logical thing to do now, right? Who else can help us? Tina and I looked at each other, and We had reached the same conclusion. So, we're marching down to the local parish office, and we're not leaving until someone sees us. Most of my experiences are from my childhood, and a couple of things happened while I was in high school. I have only one major event in college, and this is it. My campus is beautiful, and there's always people who drive through the middle of campus just to see the trees and buildings. It's also really close to a local high school. Several high school students will drive through campus to get to school. In February of 2019, there was a terrible accident on campus. A student at the local high school was driving through campus on her way to school. Most of the streets on campus have several crosswalks, as pedestrians are always everywhere. Anyone who lives in this area always knows to watch for pedestrians. The driver was headed down Garland Avenue, which is one of the busiest streets on campus. She was texting, and she didn't see a girl in the crosswalk. The driver hit the girl, and the girl died 2 days later in the hospital. Everyone on campus and in the surrounding area was extremely careful on campus after that, always paying attention to the crosswalks, whether you were the driver or the pedestrian. It was really sad and depressing for a few weeks after. Fast forward a few months, and it's October. I work on campus. My office is in the same building where many of my classes are. I parked in the parking garage on Garland Avenue, which forced me to cross the same crosswalk that this girl did. I've crossed it multiple times after she died, and it made me feel creeped out and sad, but nothing ever happened. The week before Halloween was really busy at my job, and I was working a lot that month. I'd forgotten something on campus in my office, and I needed it to be able to work from home. My friends had made plans that night to meet up and go mini-golfing at about 10 p.m. I decided to go into the office and work for a couple of hours since I couldn't get any work done from home. And then I would go meet them to hang out later. The sun sets around 6:30 in the fall months, so it was already pretty dark by the time I parked around 7 p.m. I got out of my car and I walked to the crosswalk. I crossed 3 lines of the road and happened to look up right when I got into the 4th lane of traffic. There was a dark gray Toyota Corolla slowly driving towards me. I stopped dead in my tracks, and I'm not sure why I didn't just keep walking. Something felt off about this car. The windows were very tinted, to the point that I couldn't see anyone inside the car. The car stopped about 10 feet from me, and it started to rev its engine. That snapped me out of whatever trance I was in and made me take the final steps to the sidewalk. The car sped off to the stoplight, up the road, and it disappeared around the corner of the street that led to my building. I shook my head, thinking it was some stupid college kid just trying to show off or be cool. I weaved through some dorms and finally got to the next crosswalk that crossed the driveway to the side door to my building. This crosswalk is a one-way street. It connects to the street that I previously crossed. I looked to my left for any oncoming traffic, and there sat the same car. I waited for the car to drive by, but it stopped and flashed its lights at me. I guess this meant he was trying to let me cross. I went ahead and started to walk across the street, but when I got to the middle of the road, the car lurched forward and stopped about 12 inches from me. With that, I scurried to the other side of the road and turned around to chew out the driver, out of anger for almost hitting me. I turned around to the driver's window, which was also very tinted. It slowly rolled down, only to reveal that no one was inside. I blinked. I rubbed my eyes just to make sure I was seeing a driverless car. I looked in the back seat to see if there was somebody hiding back there, trying to freak me out. But there was no one in the passenger seat or the back seat either. The driver's seat was upright, so I knew they weren't simply laying down to avoid me seeing them. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and I got a chill down my spine. I quickly hurried to turn around to the door. I scrambled to get my keys out to open the exterior door, and I heard a car door open and slam shut behind me. I didn't dare turn around because I didn't want to see who or what was behind me. I finally got the right key to go into the door, and I slung it open and got inside. There was another set of doors that I had to go through, and I turned around when I got through them. Both sets of doors were glass, so I could see outside. The car was gone. I tried to block it out as someone pranking me, since it was so close to Halloween. I turned to go down the long hallway of the building that I worked in. This hallway had motion-activated lights that really sucked. The motion sensors didn't work very well, so most of the time, they wouldn't turn on when you walked past them. I had never seen them on unless the switch was flipped. They really only ever turned on when you did that, instead of turning on when someone walked by. This hallway had faculty offices and a few computer labs in it, but it was really late. Everyone had pretty much gone home. There was no one in the offices or the computer labs as I made my way through the hall. I started walking down, and the lights all turned on at once, all the way down the hall. This only happened as someone flipped on one of the switches. There were only 2 switches, one at the end by me, and the other at the far end. I was looking in the direction of the second light switch, and I didn't see anyone walk by to turn it on. I didn't see a hand from around the corner flip it or anything. I knew there was no one behind me who could have switched on the light from there. I was about 5 feet from it, so I know I didn't hit it by mistake. I thought it was odd, and I got a shiver down my spine, but I kept walking. I finally made it to the end of the hallway, and I felt someone watching me from behind. I turned around really fast to see who it was. I looked, but there was no one there. I would have seen someone duck into one of the classrooms or office suites. All the doors were closed when I walked by. I would have heard a door open and shut, at the very least. When I decided I was crazy and that no one was there, every single light turned off at once, like someone switched the light switch again. I was looking at both light switches, and neither one had moved. With that, I quickly made my way through the open part of the building to the staircase that led to my office suite. The staircase goes to the lower level of the building, and there's a landing on the second floor, which I was currently on. There are ceiling-to-floor windows that overlook the tiny parking lot behind the building. There was a girl standing there, facing the windows, with her back to me. She had long brown hair that fell to her lower waist. I could see that she was wearing jeans and a white top with a large red pattern on it. It was very odd. The red splotches were random and looked almost like paint. I called out to her to say, "Hello," so I didn't startle her, but she didn't turn around. It didn't seem too strange, since most of the janitorial staff cleans late at night. They typically have earbuds in to pass the time with music or podcasts or whatever they're listening to. It was common for them to not hear people walk up, especially since it wasn't common for others to be there after hours. I shrugged it off and started toward the staircase. But then a thought occurred to me. I looked back at the girl who hadn't moved. She was just standing there. She didn't have a mop, broom, trash can, or any other janitorial supplies. I stepped down onto the first step, and that's when she slowly turned to face me. I almost puked when I saw her face. She looked to be about my age, late teens, early 20s. She was gorgeous on one side of her face, but the other side was missing. By missing, I mean that her skin was shredded. It was gone, and I could see her skull, jawbone, and teeth. From what I could tell, her expression was anger. She was furrowing her one existing brow and narrowing her good eye at me. She started walking across the landing towards me with her arms outstretched. I couldn't rationalize what I was seeing. I had no idea how this girl was standing, let alone moving towards me quickly. The whole left side of her body was shredded, just like her face. I could see parts of bone in her arm and leg. Her clothes were torn on that same side as well. I realized that the red paint I had seen on her shirt was indeed blood. I finally let my brain take over my body, and I darted down the steps and immediately to the door to my office suite. There's 4 offices down the long hallway that make up my suite. My office was at the very end of the hallway. Like the first hallway upstairs, this one had motion-activated lights as well. They could also be turned on by flipping a switch on the wall. I fumbled with my keys, trying to get the exterior door opened. Finally, I jammed the key in and turned. I jerked them out and practically ran down the hallway, flipping the lights on as I went. At the end of the hall was the door to my office as well. I again fumbled for my keys to get the door unlocked. Before I could, I heard a slow, methodical knock on the door behind me. All of the classroom and office doors in my building have a long, skinny window in them, so you can see who's knocking on your door. I turned my head and let out a scream when I saw the same girl at the door. This time, she smiled at me, but it wasn't friendly. It looked evil, like she enjoyed my torment. I willed myself to turn back around to my office door and finally managed to get it open. I slammed it shut behind me, and it locked automatically. All the doors in my building lock automatically when they latch shut, unless you flick the latch in it to make it stay unlocked. This is a safety precaution to prevent school shooters or intruders from having easy access to classrooms or offices full of people. I scrambled to the far wall of my office, which I shared with 3 other people. It's the largest office in the suite, since there were 3 student workers who had desks in there. There was also a gigantic printer for posters and signage and such. If you were at any of the computer workstations, you couldn't be seen from the door's window. I flattened myself against the far walls, and I tried to slow my heart rate and breathing while listening for any signs of the girl that I'd seen. It was quiet, and usually when the exterior door opens and shuts, you could hear it. It was a heavy door that had one of those arms attached to the frame that would cause it to slowly shut unless there was a doorstop holding it open. It was against university policy to prop a door open for longer than absolutely necessary to eliminate opportunities for intruders or school shooters. After about 20 minutes, I picked up my phone and I called my then boyfriend. Not that he could really help me much since we were long distance. He lived 6 hours away in a different state, so it wasn't like he could drive to campus to comfort me or protect me. He answered the phone grumpily, since he'd been taking a nap. I told him what had just happened, and he quickly shut down any suspicions by reminding me that it's only a few days before Halloween. He suggested that it might be a group of college kids playing a trick on me. I agreed and apologized for waking him up, since he was clearly unhappy with me. He didn't believe in anything supernatural whatsoever, so I wasn't about to suggest what I knew deep in my stomach. This wasn't a prank. This was some sort of spirit trying to scare me, get my attention, torment me. What it was trying to do was unclear at that moment, but I knew that it wasn't a living human. I just shook my head and tried to clear my thoughts. I pulled out my laptop and began working on the project I was trying to get finished. I worked for 3 solid hours, and I looked at my phone during a break. It was just after 10 p.m., and my phone was dying. I decided that 3 hours was enough time. I needed to get home before my phone was completely dead. I started packing up my things and began making my way back towards the door. I opened it and switched off the lights and let the door swing shut behind me. I walked cautiously toward the exterior suite door, as that was the last place I saw the girl. I half expected her to jump out when I got close enough to the door, but nothing happened. I opened the door and turned to go up the staircase to make my way out of the building. I didn't see anything, so I took my time. Once I got to the top step, I heard soft sobbing noises coming from the corner landing where I first saw the girl. She was sitting on the floor this time, with her legs crossed in a way that small children do. Her head was bowed, looking down at the floor in front of her, and she was shaking slightly from the sobbing. Her back was to me again, so I couldn't see her face. My heart did go out to her because she sounded sad and in pain. But my brain just kept thinking about the evil smile she'd shown me while I was terrified earlier. I turned on my heel to run out of the building, but she started talking through the crying. She kept repeating that she was alone, that she had no friends, and kept asking me to stay with her. I got chills down my spine, and I didn't think twice about running out the door that I'd come in earlier. I was at a dead run when I came to the crosswalk. I was genuinely terrified and wanted to get as far away from that building as possible, but I wasn't stupid enough to go running across the street without looking. I glanced both ways, searching for headlights, and once I saw it was clear, I started walking as quickly as I could across the 4-lane road. Once I got to the middle of the road, I noticed headlights out of the corner of my eye. It was the same car that had spooked me on my walk over to the office earlier. I bolted across the street and quickly ran on the sidewalk to the parking garage. I wasted no time hopping in the elevators. I frantically pressed the buttons to force the doors closed when the car stopped in the street directly in front of the elevators. The driver's door opened, but I didn't see who or what got out. The elevator doors shut right before I could see anyone step out. I leaned against the back of the elevator, and I waited while it took me up 3 floors. I always parked on the top floor of the parking garage, especially if I knew I'd be there after dark. It was very well lit and typically had plenty of spaces available. I stepped off the elevator and looked over the rail into the street below to see if I could spot the car, but it was nowhere in sight. I let out a breath and quietly walked to my car, about 20 feet from the elevator. I placed my backpack in the back seat and hopped in the front seat. I started my car and I sped down the ramp to the lower levels toward the exit. I was currently on the 5th floor, and the exit is on the 2nd floor. When I reached the bottom of the first ramp on the 4th floor, the same car was waiting for me. It floored it, going around to the right, since this was a one-way, and the car was sitting on my left. I sped as quickly as I could, around and around, circling the floors and ramps, descending to the bottom. I finally hit the 2nd floor and glanced in my rearview mirror. The headlights were turning onto the ramp behind me. I completely lost it. I darted out onto the road and cruised through the intersection quickly. I drove to my apartment about a mile off campus, and the whole drive, I checked my rearview mirror. No one was behind me the whole drive home. I got out of my car and parked in the front of my apartment and quickly ran inside, locking the door behind me. The following night, I had little sleep, and it took several weeks to finally get through an entire night with no nightmares. Well, a few months later, in February 2020, the local news channels start covering the death of that girl that had occurred a year earlier. On the morning of her 1-year anniversary, they shared a photo of her on the news. I always watch the news when I get ready in the morning, as I like to keep up with current events in my area and get a forecast for the weather. I was in the bathroom listening to my bedroom television as the segment on her began. I was putting on makeup when the news reporter spoke her name out loud. I won't repeat her name just to protect her identity, and I don't want to draw attention where it isn't wanted. But I got a chill down my spine when her name was said on the TV. I dropped everything I was doing, and I went to sit on the edge of my bed to watch the story. Seconds later, a photo of her popped onto the screen, and I went ice cold. It was the same girl that I'd seen in October. The same girl I'd seen in my office with a mangled face and body. She had on the same outfit, except it wasn't torn. Her shirt was also pure white, not red. I felt the blood drain from my face as I realized what I'd seen a few months prior. According to the local reporters, the whole story was that the girl had been hit by a teenage driver that was on her way to high school. The teen who'd been texting and driving at the same time, she hadn't realized she'd hit someone, and she drugged the victim about 10 feet before she came to a stop. The girl was not killed instantly, but instead lived for 2 days. She was in a coma before she died and never woke up. I haven't seen her since, but I still refuse to stay in my office after dark, alone. I don't know why she chose me or what she wanted from me. I don't know if she simply wanted help or a friend, or if she wanted to harm me or scare me. Maybe I'll never know. I sure hope I don't see her again, but I hope she's found peace wherever she is. The majority of my paranormal experiences were in my childhood home, although a few notable ones happened after, outside the home, in the same area. For context, I've since moved out of my childhood home as I'm an adult now, but I believe my childhood home was haunted, mainly due to the environment, the circumstances. There's a creek running through the neighborhood, lots of telephone poles, so the energy currents are strong there. Some people believe that ghosts can manifest easier when in areas of high energy currents. So, a few anecdotes from my childhood home. When I was about 4 years old, I recall playing with my brother in the hallway of my home. It was a long hall that led to the bathrooms and bedrooms. We were playing something akin to tag, but with an element of hide and seek. So we ran up and down the hall a few times, and the last time I was running up to his room, which was the last door of the hallway. He laughed and closed the door behind him. I suddenly stopped and thought that I'd hit the door and bounced back. I looked up, and I saw a giant toad. I thought that was odd. It didn't register as anything malevolent. Maybe it protected me from the door impact. As odd as it is that most people don't seem to interact with nature spirits, this time I did. What's more is that much later in life, I asked my brother if he remembered the giant toad spirit that day. He said he did. He also didn't like talking about it, so I didn't clarify. But it's my first memorable paranormal experience. My paranormal experiences ramped up as a teenager. My father was an abusive alcoholic. As is standard in that situation, there was a lot of yelling, etc. and it led to a lot of negative energy. I noticed as a result that more negative entities would come through my house. There was never a resident ghost, only passerbys. A few of note include, 1, I'd come home from school to find an imp-like creature, very small, had attached itself to my ankle. I was honestly just annoyed at it, and I wanted it off of me. At some point, I shook it off, told it to go away. I don't think it came inside my house, but it sure liked hanging around. One day, I found that the ghost of a young man, probably late 20s or early 30s, had found his way into my room. It hung out in the corner of my room. I was creeped out by this, especially because I could tell it wanted something, but it had a hard time communicating. Day 2 or 3 of this, I decided to take a selfie on my laptop and purposely aimed it so the corner would be in view. I wanted to see if anything would come up. Of a few takes, one of them did capture something. I confirmed what I'd been sensing and faintly seeing. There was a face in the corner, smiling for the camera as well. My heart sank. I didn't know what to do. Believing that the picture would imprint its stay even longer, I deleted it. Day 4, I finally felt sorry for it. I asked it to go away politely. I couldn't help him, and I didn't want him in my room anymore. Surprisingly, it actually went away within a few seconds. I felt the air get lighter, and I didn't see or hear from that ghost again. I wonder if it needed a message to be passed along, or if it just needed guidance to move on. But I was a teenager. What could I do for it? When I was about 16 or 17, my family dog passed away. I'd had her since I was little, so she was definitely part of the family and was treated well throughout her life. She was an old girl, maybe 13, I think. She had terminal lung cancer. The day came where she could barely move anymore, and we called the vet to put her down at home so she could go peacefully. After the vet left, we had an at-home funeral for our dog, and we buried her with her favorite blanket and toys. My dad and my brother buried her, and me and my mom did something akin to a eulogy. It was when they were burying her that I sensed her spirit peeking around the corner of the house. I motioned her to come here, and she came quickly to my hand. I patted her quietly while no one else was watching. It was weird, I'm sure, for her to see us sad and burying her body. Later, we were inside the house. I saw my dog's spirit sitting next to my mom, who was crying on the couch. Her paw was on the couch next to my mom, as if she was saying, "It's okay," to my mom. Later, I told my mom what I saw. She told me that she thought she'd felt our dog's presence, and me saying what I saw confirmed it for her. Afterwards, for a few years left in that house, I would occasionally hear my dog's paw steps, and I'd feel a dog's presence when there were no dogs living nearby. I did eventually get another dog, and occasionally she, another girl dog, would look at the doors weird, like someone was there. And also, she'd hear dog noises and want to find the other dog. I'm very certain that my childhood dog stuck around for a while after her passing. I have since moved out of the house, as I mentioned before, but I hope my dog moved on by now, too. This one is kinda weird. For a short while, I had sleep paralysis issues at about 15 years old. Now, I know the theories on what we see and experience in this state are hallucinations, since the body is confused on being awake versus asleep. So take this one as you will. I, however, believe that this particular instance was paranormal related. This time felt different than the other sleep paralysis episodes. Essentially, I was sleeping, and I had a deep dream. It was one of those dreams within a dream type of thing. I don't remember how I got there, but I do remember towards the end of this dream, I'd come to a giant iron cell door, as if it was locking away a prisoner. I peeked inside through the sliding peephole, like you see in prison doors, and I saw a pale, white, skinny humanoid. Think similar to Gollum of Lord of the Rings, but more of a menacing feeling and totally bald. It saw me and jumped at the peephole, which scared me awake. I was awake briefly, and I swear I heard an entity whisper in my ear, feeling their breath and vibrations from their voice.
Go back to sleep.
I did, and it felt like I got pulled all the way back into a deep dream state, right back to the cell door. But whatever this thing was, it wanted out. It wanted me to help it. I sensed danger. I had this feeling that if it got out, it would possess my body. So I woke right back up. But of course, my body was still in sleep paralysis, being that it's hard to go to that deep sleep and to be functional. So, I was awake. It was about 6 a.m., and I'm paralyzed. I feel as if something is sitting on me and isn't letting me up, which I'm told is somewhat common and is rationalized by the body being in a depressed state. However, I feel this pressure. Whatever whispered to me, it's on me, and I feel like it's staring me down, just waiting for me to go back to sleep. I fight it, though. I stay awake, just looking around the room. I can't reach a light switch since my body still won't move, but I do notice the time, and I realize that the sun will come up soon. For some reason, my instincts tell me that with light, this thing will go away. And about 15 or 30 minutes later, the sun does rise. The sunlight comes through my window, and with that, the entity leaves, and I regain my bodily senses. Of all the sleep paralysis episodes, this one was different, in that I felt someone talk to me in my ear after I woke up. That's not normal. I felt a presence on me, staring at me, and I happened to regain control of my body. The pressure was lifted once the light had filled my room. Normally, I'd regain control of my body between 5 and 10 minutes after waking up, regardless if the sun came up or not. And while I felt my body depressed, it did not usually feel like someone was sitting on me. Therefore, I believe this one counts as a paranormal experience. Okay, one more. Once, my mother and I were in the house by ourselves. We'd recently sold the house and we were cleaning it up for the new owners. It was very empty and was starting to get dark outside. I started to get a panicky feeling, one of those get out now feelings. So I started urging my mother to finish up what she was doing and continue another time. I didn't want to freak her out, so I just insisted that we leave without knowing exactly why. I look over in the direction of the living room from the kitchen, and I see this black mass of negative energy. It's overwhelming. If I were to describe it, it looked similar to the big bogged-down river spirit in Spirited Away, the one that collected a bunch of stuff in it and got all gunky and gross. The one here reminded me of that, but instead of collecting junk, it collected negative energy. I froze for a second as I processed what the heck I just saw. At this point, night was falling, and the sun was hardly out anymore. We had to use our flashlights and our phones to see. I told my mom, we need to go. It's dark, and I don't feel safe. Finally, she was willing to leave, and as we were leaving, I saw the black mass again, leaving the house and going around to the backyard. My mom didn't see the creature, but she did say she felt a presence. She just ignored it as she was focused on finishing the kitchen. So now, as a young adult, I've had a handful of interesting experiences as well outside of that home. I lived temporarily with my then boyfriend, now husband, in an apartment shared by a coworker of his and her boyfriend. I was in the apartment alone one day, and I got a weird feeling looking at the door to the room that wasn't used. I thought I heard noises and felt a presence, but I couldn't confirm. Later that week, I was home alone again, but this time, I looked at the bathroom door from my bedroom, and I saw a full-bodied apparition of a young woman in white. She looked just as shocked as I did, seeing her. She retreated to the other side of the bathroom wall, the empty, unused room. So finally, I asked my boyfriend's coworker if someone died in the apartment, and I tell her about the apparition I saw of a young woman. She told me yes, her name is Diana. She died in that room about a month before we moved in. My heart sank for Diana. The coworker told me that Diana had passed away suddenly in her room, I think from health complications. The coworker was a bit freaked out and didn't know what to do about it. So later, I don't know if it was that night or the next day, I was in my room while my boyfriend and his coworker were at work. I decided to just talk to Diana out loud. I couldn't see her this time, but I felt her presence. I talked to her like a person, realizing she might not have even realized she died, since it was a sudden death. I told her that she had died and that she needed to move on. I told her I felt sad for her, that she was stuck, and I hoped that she can find the light. Shortly after that, I didn't feel her presence anymore. I think she moved on, and I really hope she found peace. I went to a historical tobacco plantation with my mom and a friend of mine. It was a little summer thing where we wanted to see some neat places in our area that we hadn't seen yet. I saw 3 apparitions there. Upon getting out of the car in the parking lot, both me and my friend saw a shadow figure looking at us from the wooded area next to the parking lot. After we stared for a second, we both saw it essentially fly away, remaining vertical and upright, as if it were pulled back to wherever it came from. It was really weird. My mom missed it by still gathering her things from the car. Later, we were walking around the old slave quarters house. The upper floor was condemned, but the stairs were still there. I noticed while the tour guide was talking about it. I looked at the stairs a little harder. I saw the apparition of an older black man in overalls. He was faint, but there. I bowed respectfully at him and continued the tour. As we left the building, I purposefully left last so I could tell him goodbye, like you would do for any other person as a house guest. I felt bad for him, still stuck here so long after slavery was abolished. The 3rd apparition was in the master's house. Almost immediately, I picked up on a small girl between ages 5 and 8, in old period clothing, complete with a standard bonnet. She followed us throughout the tour. At the last room of the house, the tour guide tells us that this was an addition to the original building and was the room of the master's daughter, who had passed away from illness at about 7 or 8 years old. It hit me then that this was the little girl's room who'd been following us around. Again, I purposefully left last so that I could tell her thank you for letting me look at her house. Again, like any other house guest would. I found it respectful to do so, and I also felt sorry for the little girl. I then went to the cemetery where her family was buried. I didn't sense anyone else, which made me even sadder, thinking that this little girl was probably stuck in her house, waiting for her family, and somehow didn't move on. The last interesting story was on a different plantation. This one is tucked away behind a major highway and is considered a county park with petting animals. I went there with my husband and our daughter to see the animals in the park. We did, however, also get to look at the exterior of the old houses there. In one of them, I noticed there was a man in butler-like attire passing the window. I wondered if maybe it could have been a worker in period clothes for a tour or something. Only to find out that all the workers that day were in a polo shirt. It's a uniform, which is very different. I didn't see anyone else wearing period clothing either. Thus, while I can't confirm, I believe I may have seen an apparition that day as well. Those are my big ones, the ones I can recall right now. I hope others can relate to my experiences and know that they aren't alone. My father wasn't faithful. He was a man of faith, but hardly practiced what he preached. One night, he came home late from work, smelling like another poor sucker of a woman's perfume. Then, he had the nerve to lay his hands on my mom when she mentioned the pungent aroma that he'd brought in. He popped her in the eye, and it swelled up real fast. I ran at him, swinging with everything I had, trying to stop him from going after my mom, but he was a behemoth compared to my small stature at the time. Before I can get in striking distance, he turns and punches me in the stomach, instantly knocking the wind out of my entire body, crumbling me to the floor. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. My mom ran into the bedroom and got his hunting rifle from the closet. She didn't know a lot about guns, but knew enough to aim and shoot one. My mom also didn't have to worry about aiming it all that much, seeing as she fired from a near point-blank range, lining the barrel up right under the back snaps of his hat before pulling the trigger. Recoil kicked the rifle up and out of her hands, bouncing off the ceiling at the exact same time his hat did. We left his body in the living room until the next day. Early in the afternoon, my mom thinks, his work will be suspicious if he no-call no-shows. She calls his boss, fabricating a lie about a foodborne illness that her husband's come down with, explaining this is why he's been unaccounted for. His boss tells her that Jeremy, my dad, was let go back in August. They hang up, and I can't help but to question my mom about her poor choice in men. Jeremy was never a good father or husband, but for some reason, my mom had built a life and a family with this man over 10 years ago, before that night. Years of abuse, physical and mental, walking on eggshells every night, in fear something we'd do would set him off. We both felt a sense of morbid relief when the rifle's boom silenced his degrading tirade. My mom took the whole next day digging a hole in the outskirts of our property. It's where she buried my dad. I stayed at my grandma's house while she deep cleaned the living room and every item of clothing we wore that night. Jeremy's car was pushed deep into the lake off the interstate. My mom then walked the 12 miles back home in the dark. But even in death, his torment persisted. My mom would see his shadow standing in doorways or walking from room to room. I remember one morning when I walked into her room, she was sitting on the edge of her bed, staring at the door. Quickly, she asked me if I was just in her room. But I wasn't. Before walking in, I'd been in my room, sleeping. Sometimes she would wake up screaming, even crying out, usually something like no or stop. Often loud enough to wake me up 2 doors down. I couldn't believe that it was possible to be tormented even after death. You think the worst is over, that the bad is gone, until it's sharing some sort of realm with you, still. From time to time, I'd catch him in the corner of my eye, always with more detail than I would like. I'd spot his red flannel standing out against the other more gray spatial colors. Of course, it was his red flannel, accompanied by a radiating dark feeling of dread, walking on eggshells. Only I knew now that it was only a feeling. I hated it. I resented it. I resented the whole house, probably, my life in general, but I was too young to understand that. I would usually ignore him entirely. I wouldn't try to make eye contact or engage. I only talked to him once. I knew he'd been scaring my cat, Smithers. He liked to sleep between my mom's room and my room, which is why we keep the doors open. At night, my dad, he'd close the door, and he'd stand in my mom's doorway, a towering dark figure in the night. Smithers, horrified. For several days, I found him sleeping in the bathtub in the bathroom next to my room. So, I'd been really actually pissed off. Laying in bed, I shouted, not caring if my mom heard me or not. I yelled that I hated him, to leave me the fuck alone. I told him to stop scaring my cat, that he was a dead guy. He needed to move on. After that outburst, I felt pretty good. I was young, but proud of myself for swearing, for standing up to the guy, even if he was dead. From there on out, I spent my time avoiding his energy, focusing on mine. Whether I could or not, it doesn't really matter. I believed I could control my experiences. My mom, not so much. This happened for 2 months, until my mom couldn't take it anymore. She called the police to dig up the body. I then spent the rest of my adolescence up north with my aunt and uncle. I often wonder what happened to that property, and if his spirit, or whatever you call it, is still roaming. Of course, I can't personally bring myself to go back there. I mean, I escaped the guy twice now. I'm not gonna risk it. Years ago, I lived in a small southwest, middle-of-nowhere town. Senior year of high school, one of my friends had been dating a boy that attended the local university. They'd been together since before he graduated our high school the year prior. His fraternity was throwing a Halloween house party, and we were invited. Quick, in an effort not to get confusing, Zoe and SARA are my friends. Zoe is dating the frat boy, Anton. Okay. Halloween falls on a Saturday that year, so SARA, Zoe, and we've spent all day together, finding some revealing costumes, doing our hair and makeup in the bathroom mirrors for hours. And at that moment in time, I can say that it was all in hopes to catch the attention of a popular Phi Zeta Kappa boy. Our hopes fell short on arrival, as it looked like the party had already been raging for hours. The sun hadn't even set yet when we pulled up. The house was packed with drunk college kids, the volume of talking only in competition with the music playing from speakers strategically placed around the house. Stepping through the doorway, it felt like I entered another world, populated with creatures speaking with a sloppy, mashed dialect, resembling English, but far too unintelligible for meaning to be derived. Zoe takes the lead and starts pushing her way through the crowd, looking for Anton. As fate were to have it, it doesn't take long to spot him. Just above the heads of the faceless crowd, 2 hairy legs are hoisted above the masses. Someone is taking a cake stand in the kitchen. And we immediately recognize the beat-up Converse brushing against the ceiling. A few more solid shoves and we break our way through the traffic of bodies into the kitchen area. Just as we do, Anton is sucking on the cake spout as 2 of his friends hold his legs and cheer him on. When Anton gets down, he stumbles over and hugs onto Zoe. And then, like clockwork, he throws up down her back. As the warm liquid splashes in her hair and on the floor behind her, I can see Zoe's eyes fill up with tears. 2 of Anton's friends help them down to the washroom downstairs. Zoe locks the 2 of them in there, and she spends the rest of the night trying to clean Anton in the shower and clean herself. Now, it's just Sarah and I in this chaotic atmosphere of strangers. Sarah's a good extrovert to have around, though. She didn't let Anton's party foul delegate the evening. Immediately, she starts chatting up these 2 handsome but very intoxicated guys. They offer us some mixed drinks. Sarah sips on hers, but as I'm about to put the straw in my mouth, a big, shirtless guy, he snatches the drink out of my hand and he downs it, and just as he finishes, he does a big Ric Flair woo. The 2 guys we were talking to get pissed and start yelling at this guy. It totally killed the vibe, watching these 2 men revert to cavemen as they puffed their chest and shouted at this guy. I decided to excuse myself to the restroom. Since Zoe and Anton are occupying the downstairs bathroom, I had to walk up to the 2nd floor. At the top of the stairs, I could see the upstairs was pretty empty. The upstairs is pretty much just a long hallway with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. At the end of the hallway is the bathroom. The door was open and the light is on. A green light for me to hightail it in there for a moment away from the party beneath. I walk in and I'm nearly startled off of my feet. Just standing in there, looking down at the floor, I see the same guy who had stolen my drink minutes before. He looks up at me, confused, and he says something like,
"What just happened?"
I'm like, "Oops, sorry," and I slam the door shut. I'm still stone cold sober, and now a bit terrified that this guy made it up the stairs and past me without detection. Seconds before I started walking upstairs, he was getting shoved around by 2 guys in the kitchen. This is where all of these years later, I still don't know how to concisely explain the next events that followed. So, big guys in the upstairs bathroom. I turn and I walk downstairs, and people are filing out of the house like rats in a drain. Looking off the stair banister, I can see into the kitchen. A group of people are standing, clustered in a circle. Making my way back in past the dwindling crowd, I see that the small cluster of people are circled around a body lying motionless on the floor. Upon closer inspection, I realize that it's the big guy on the ground. I'm in disbelief. I spin around and I run back up the stairs. I open the bathroom door. It's now empty. I run back downstairs, and the few people still in the house are still around the body. Minutes later, paramedics file in and they can't resuscitate him. He's thrown onto a gurney and wheeled out to an ambulance. The house becomes quiet, and the ones still there begin to start slowly picking up cups and streamers. The shock of it all threw us into some strange autopilot, and we all began to clean the house. I go downstairs to check on Zoe and Anton. They've fallen asleep in a pile of towels on the washroom floor together. Then, I realize I haven't seen Sarah in the midst of all this. I comb through the house with no luck. I end up going outside and I find her sleeping in her car. The doors are locked, and I have to pound on the window to wake her up. I hadn't drank that night, so I ended up driving us both home. The next day, we went back to Zoe, and we found out what really happened to the big guy. Apparently, and this was originally from Big Guy's little brother's friends, but apparently, he had died from a toxic overdose of GHB. The two gentlemen attempting to feed us drinks. They'd also tried to spike our drinks, but they were obviously too drunk and dosed the cups with far too much. SARA said when she lost track of me, she started to feel really woozy, so she went outside and locked herself in the car. Luckily, she'd only taken the one drink before the whole scene erupted. It was a very smart move on her part, going to the car. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if she stayed there, or worse, finished her drink. Technically, we, or at least I, owe my life to that big guy, the one who stole my drink. I hope in the afterlife he knows how grateful I am. As a young man, I loved climbing mountains. And this is an amazing encounter that happened to me on one climbing expedition. We'd left a hut late one night. The intention was to summit a mountain in a single long push by climbing right through the night. It was bad weather in the middle of winter, and there was deep snow, and we were trying to find our way through a maze of crevasses on a glacier. I remember the howling wind and clouds moving rapidly through the sky as the bulk of the mountain loomed over us. There was a full moon which would hide behind the clouds before emerging again. I remember seeing a man moving up the slope below us. The first thing that struck me was he didn't have a headlamp on. I yelled over the wind at my climbing partner, "Let's go talk to this guy." "What guy?" "That guy." I pointed down at the figure moving towards us. "What guy?" At this point, I remember losing it. "That fucking guy, right there." And at that point, I looked down to see absolutely nothing. Thinking that he had fallen into a crevasse, we walked down, but we never found any tracks. In the years since, I've heard reports of similar encounters in the area. In fact, recently, the bones of a deceased climber from the 1970s were discovered melted out of the ice. And the news reports reminded me of my mysterious climber from that night. This is about a guardian angel that's been around me since I was about 5 years old. So this story has about 3 different accounts, so you're in for a ride. For some background information, my grandma had a twin sister that died from complications of HIV, which she contracted from an unfaithful husband. She died 16 years before I was born, in her late 50s. This is all going to make sense later. The first time I saw her was when I was 5. I was living in a little town in Massachusetts, about 60 miles off from Boston. My mother was a single mom, businesswoman at the time, so she had an overnight trip to Boston and left my oldest sister Tiny in charge. No, her real name isn't Tiny. It's just what we call her, and it's pronounced Deanie. We'll fast forward to bedtime, and me and my 5 other siblings are all tucked in, ready for bed. I'm going to assume it was around 9 o'clock. I woke up in the middle of the night from a really bad nightmare, which is still reoccurring to this day. Long story short, it's a dream where I'm taken underwater. A dark, almost pitch-black hand that's very demon-like is holding me under until I eventually die, I guess. So as any 5-year-old would, I ran to my mother's room for comfort, not remembering my mother was out of town. Well, to my surprise, there was a lady sitting on my mother's bed,
looking at the family album. Usually I would have been confused, but the second I walked into the room, I didn't feel so scared anymore. It felt like I'd walked into a warm hug, but she wasn't even near me. The lady was red-headed and beautiful in a kind of old way, the kind of way where you could just tell that they were popular in high school. The lady saw me in distress, got up from the bed, and picked me up, laid me on my mother's bed. Then she started singing in Spanish, a lullaby I'd never heard of, yet I knew every word to it. By the time I knew it, I was sound asleep. My little brother walked into the room and saw the lady crooning over me, caressing my cheek while I slept. I don't know what possessed him to not care and go back to bed, but he noped out of there fast. Well, when my mom finally came home, it was about 7 a.m., and she was tired. She saw me in her bed and was surprised. She woke me up and asked me why I wasn't in my bed, and I told her the nice lady let me stay here. She asked me, "What lady?" And I said I don't know her name, but she has red hair, and she sang me a song, and she was really beautiful. She then looked to her right and saw her album open. Please note, she keeps it on her bedside table, but it was already randomly open to this picture. She looked at the picture and let out a really relieved sigh. She turned around and showed me a picture of the same woman that I saw, asked me if it was her. I said yeah, and I asked her, "Who is she?" She said that it was my guardian angel, and I just took that and said, "Okay, I'm 5. I didn't care." Now fast forward to when I'm 11. It was my first day of school and the first time my mother allowed me to walk to the bus stop alone. Well, I got hit by a car, but it wasn't my fault. It was a residential area that had a speed limit of like 15 miles per hour. He was going well over that, and I was really small, so he didn't see me. From the accident, I got 3 broken ribs, a broken wrist, broken legs, fractured, and a bad concussion because my head was split. I don't remember it, but next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital to my mom crying, saying she's sorry and that she's happy I'm okay. I had to stay in the hospital for a week for observation because my broken rib was so close to puncturing my lungs. My mom worked a lot, and she had nobody else to watch me, so I spent my nights alone. I got lonely and scared and just had a really bad feeling. So you guessed it, Miss Ma'am came back. I woke up in the middle of the night to her at the edge of my hospital bed, looking at me. At first I was scared. I didn't recognize who the hell she was. But then this warm feeling came back, and I realized I wasn't lonely or worried anymore. Then she hummed that song, and I swear to God, I didn't know the lyrics. I barely speak Spanish. But it's like my soul knew, and before I knew it, I was fluently singing it with her in Spanish until I fell asleep. Now this third time, I didn't see her, but it was more like she let me know that she was there. When I was 18, I got married to a boy I thought I loved, and he went to the military. Long story short, he was abusive. He cheated, lied, put his hands on me, and broke me. Not solely because of my marriage, but definitely a big reason. I fell into a really deep depression and had self-harm habits. One night, it all got too much, and I don't know what he said to send me over the edge, but I was in the bathroom looking at a bottle of Oxy, and I started to take a few just to kind of drown out the heavy feeling. After a few minutes, when I took another, then another, eventually, I started to feel that very thin line between an overdose and lucidity. Then
That feeling happened again, and the song started playing in my head, like if I had a radio in there. And I felt okay. I felt like someone was there for me. In a way, I feel like it was a sign that I wasn't meant to go just yet. And with that, I left him a few months later, and I've never looked back. I haven't seen her since. Around the same time, I finally asked my mother about it, and eventually everything started to make some sense. She told me about my grand aunt and how she passed, and that when she was younger, she was a motherly figure to her because her own mother wasn't a very fit parent. She'd often have to seek comfort from her, and when I was about 5, I looked like a literal carbon copy of my mother. She theorized that maybe her spirit saw me upset and, thinking I'm my mother, wanted to console me. And get this, my mother, when recounting her aunt, was very emotional. So she started talking about some nursery rhyme that she used to sing her. It was the song. My mother sang it word for word in front of me. That's what cemented her story to me as fact. I'm 22 now, and I'm in one of the most loving and healthy relationships I've ever dealt with. I've been sober for 4 years, and I have a much more healthy state of mind now, in case you were wondering. I know this story was long, but I hope if you take anything from my experience, it's that it gets better. You just have to stick around long enough for life to do its magic. This story goes back to when I was 14 years old. I lived with my grandparents but had regular visitation with my mom. My mom and I were on good terms, and summer was coming up. She planned a small family get-together on a weekend that I would be at her house. I was super excited for this because I could see my cousins and relatives from that side of the family for the weekend, and I'd spend the rest of the week with my mom. The first day went great. We went mudding and got messy and had a good time all together. When nighttime came, things cooled down a bit, and we decided we would watch a movie. So we watched a movie about greasers, and it had a character named Ponyboy in it. I know the name of the movie, but I can't think of it at the moment. The Outsiders. Anyway, it was not a scary film. Bedtime hits. I struggle with insomnia, and I stayed up later than most of the people staying over that night. When I finally went to bed, I heard a knocking on the bedroom door. Yeah? The problem with this whole scenario is that my Uncle Mike was in the house, and he had a thick country accent. This voice sounded like it was trying badly to fake that accent. No, I'm trying to get some sleep. This didn't make any sense to me at all, so I opened the door and I said, I'm not cutting a damn cake at 1 a.m. There was no one there, but there was a large knife by the door. For some reason, I assumed Mike was joking with me, so I put the knife in the kitchen, and I got the strangest onset of fight or flight. So I ran. I ran into a room my cousin was sleeping in because he was 3 or 4 years older than me, and I just acted on instinct. When I ran into the room, the door was shut. I opened it, closed it, and locked it. I woke him up and I tried to explain what was up, but he sort of just tossed over and said that I could sleep with him in his bed. I was scared, and I remember seeing that it was 1:34 a.m. at this point. Mr. Lonely was playing, and a pale blue light was on in the room. The next morning comes. My aunt asks me why I was knocking on their bedroom door, asking her to come to the kitchen. I tell her I wasn't. She asks why my cousin's door was open with the lights on at 2 a.m. I tell her I ran in and I closed the door and I locked it at 1:30 a.m., but that there was only a blue nightlight on. She tells me that it's not what she saw. She said she saw the door completely open, the lights on, and could hear talking coming from the room. When I asked why her husband Mike was knocking at my door at 1 a.m., she said Mike went to work at midnight and he didn't come back until 6 a.m. We all got suspicious, and we took a flip phone around, asking questions, and got audio captured saying, "I am Mike, and I'm still here." Very clearly. We didn't hear it when we asked it, but we heard it in the recording. I don't know what happened that night, but it never happened again, to my knowledge, and I worry thinking about it. My dad, being Irish and wanting to live somewhere close to his childhood home, bought a house in a remote part of Northern Ireland in 2007. It's a pretty old farmhouse, 18th century, I think, and back then was completely dilapidated. I'll never forget the first time he showed it to me and my brother. He had spent the long car journey hyping it up, telling us about how incredible the location was, how spacious it was, the amazing interior. And then we arrive at what was essentially a creepy old building site. The creepy vibe, not helped by the torrential rain that had been released by the heavens that day. Still, over the years, post-renovation, I've grown to love spending time there. There's beautiful green rolling hills surrounding the property. There's a sea view, and the beach is a stone's throw away, with nobody around for miles. It's a hermit's paradise. I've always, however, felt unnerved and creeped out by it. During the first holiday I ever spent there, I was around 9 years old, I think. We were cleaning out the attic and found some old photograph of a young woman, probably from around the Victorian times. My younger brother was absolutely terrified of it. I used to prank him by putting it in his bed before he went to sleep, or by rapping my knuckles against the bed frame, pretending that Bertha, as we nicknamed her, the ghost lady, was coming for him. It was, granted, an unnerving photograph. There was a wild, vacant look in her eyes, and she was ghostly pale in complexion. A local from the neighboring glen, who knew about the history of the house, mentioned that there was a rumor that a young woman had been murdered by her jealous husband in the late 1850s. It was in the house in the lower glen, so could have been our house, but also could have been one of the many other houses in the area. That rumor, though, it was enough to eventually make us return the picture to the attic, never to be retrieved again, even for pranks. At night, the house went from being creepy to being deeply unsettling. Bangs, footsteps, tappings, knocks, the sounds at all hours. My dad blamed the plumbing, the old pipes, or our imagination. And that was what we would tell ourselves too, except that it would happen while the pipes were cold and when there was nobody around. I remember one morning, my dad and I drove to our nearest village to pick up coffee and the newspaper. Half an hour later, we were back, to the immense relief of my brother, who was visibly shaken. As he let us in, apparently, the second he was alone and watching TV, he heard the distinct sound of heavy footsteps walking on the floor above him. Every time he paused the TV, it stopped, and when he resumed it, they resumed. He vowed never to be left alone again, and basically stopped coming to the house after that. In more recent years, I've been spending a lot of time at the house, being a lover of solitude and nature. I can't go alone for reasons stated above, so I go with my partner, who finds it equally spooky. We both hear the unexplained sounds, the tapping and knocking at the windows, the footsteps at night. My partner is somewhat sensitive and has had paranormal encounters before. She said that the minute she stepped into the house, she could feel a sinister dark energy emanating from inside. I got into the habit while we were staying there of going out on long walks in an attempt to prevent cabin fever. Whenever I returned, she would always report something eerie that had occurred while I was out. For example, once she was vacuuming the living room and had felt two hands grab her by the waist, only to spin around and find nothing, nobody there. She felt taps on her shoulder, heard my voice calling out her name when I wasn't even home, and heard the sounds of people moving around the house while she was in the shower. Then, recently, things got even scarier. We decided to go visit the house on a Halloween mini break, and the second we arrived, we both felt this hostile energy, as if we were trespassing in somebody else's house. It's worth noting that shortly after my dad bought the house all those years ago, he ended up having to work full-time in London, so was unable to permanently live there. There was talk of renting it out, but nothing ever came of it, so the house just sits there, desolate, empty for most months of the year. But perhaps it does have a full-time resident after all. Anyway, we decided to try and shake off the feeling of unease and celebrate Halloween. We did the usual thing, got drunk on cheap wine, put scary makeup and costumes on, watched stupid horror movies all evening. At around 11 p.m., my partner went to go and get a bottle of wine from the fridge while I stayed in the living room. I suddenly heard her saying, "Oh my God," and I immediately stood up and rushed over to her. She turned to me, looking frightened, and said that she'd seen a white, swirling mist outside in the garden against the pitch-black darkness. It had vanished after a few seconds. That night, the noises and footsteps were louder than ever. A few days later, I was at the house by myself. My partner had gone away to see her family who lived a few hours away and would be returning later on that evening. I was sitting at my desk working downstairs in the living room, trying to ignore the growing uneasiness I was feeling. Then, I started to hear, same as usual, footsteps sounding upstairs. But this time, it was different. It was louder, as if a flurry of people were trampling around upstairs. I could hear the sound of bedsheets being moved, furniture being moved. It was coming from the upstairs room at the end of the house, where most of the unexplained noises originate. The way I describe it to those I've related to is that it sounded as if a few people were making preparations upstairs for a visitor, except I was all alone. I was petrified and immediately phoned my partner. I told her what was happening, but it was so loud that she could hear it over FaceTime. I live in Minnesota, in the U.S. There are all kinds of things that I've seen and experienced, and with that being said, I'm going to get into all of them. I'm a Pisces, and for those of you that are wondering, it's believed that Pisces are one of the closest zodiac signs to the spirit world, and I've found this to be pretty true, at least for myself. Story number 1. It was Halloween. I was out trick-or-treating with a couple of friends for their mom. I was approximately 14 or 15 years old. My close friend was about 12. Her brother was about 7 years old. Their mom was driving us to the nicer neighborhoods in the area, as they were a few miles from where we lived. We were at the last and one of the biggest houses in the area. Side note, the streetlights were orange in color and were spread about 15 feet apart from one another, leaving large dark gaps between the lights at night. So their mom had stopped the car, and I got out first. Immediately, I felt like we were being watched from the woods across the street. I walked around the car and let out my friend's brother. We walked up to the house, and I continued to look around. I noticed that we were the only people out and about in the area. My friend and her brother rang the doorbell, and I walked behind them. The people in the house seemed normal and gave us each the big candy bars. We thanked them and started walking back to the car. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I looked around after I helped my friend's brother into the car. I got him buckled and I shut the door. My friend had already gotten into the car. I looked down the road and I saw two little kids in the shadows, in between the lights. I knew there was something not right about these two. The kids appeared to be about 5 years in age by their height. I said, "Hello," and received no response. They stayed perfectly still. I asked if they were okay and still got nothing. I then said, "If you're not bad spirits, step into the light." And they giggled, but they didn't move. I started to walk around the back of the car to get back in. I looked back towards where the kids had been, and I catch the shadow of them running into the woods, but they made no noise. I opened the car door, and I heard the giggles again, but closer. I jumped into the car and didn't even buckle before I yelled, "Go, Mama, go." She hit the gas and didn't ask any questions. I explained what had happened as soon as we got back to their house, and each of them said that they didn't hear, see, or say anything after they'd gotten into the car. Story number 2, I was at the same friend's house as the previous story. As I looked down the long, straight hallway, something in my brain kept telling me to look at the bathroom every time I looked away from it. No one was in the bathroom. The shower curtain was closed all the way. I looked at my friend and was talking to her, and I heard the shower curtain start to move. And as soon as I looked at the curtain, it flew open. I couldn't believe it. My friend and her family asked why I had a shocked look on my face. I explained what I'd just seen, and they, without skipping a beat, said, "Oh yeah, that's normal." And they continued chatting as if it were just another day. I know this isn't the scariest thing to happen, but it freaked me out. Story number 3. This has nothing to do with the paranormal, but serves as a reminder that you should follow your instincts. My mom's friend picked me up from a high school dance. We stopped at a gas station to grab a drink before going back to her house. We got out of the car to go inside. When we got out, a guy had asked us if we could give him a ride down the road to his friend's car. We asked where his friends were. He said that they had walked to the bars without him. My friend's mom said she'd have to ask her husband, as it was his car and she needed permission to let him know what she was doing. He agreed to let us ask him, but as we went inside the gas station, the guy stayed outside. When we got inside, we both immediately said that we had a bad feeling about the guy, and we didn't want to give him a ride. She called her husband and explained what was going on, how we felt about it. He agreed. If we didn't feel okay with it, we can tell the guy that he said no, and we had to go home immediately. We then got what we needed and left the store. The guy asked us if we could do it, and we explained that her husband said no, that we had to get home as soon as possible. He accepted the answer and left us alone. A week later, we read an article in the paper about a guy asking for rides. The folks that gave him a ride would be robbed, and if they didn't have anything on them, he would stab them and run away. It was the guy we said no to after the dance. Story number 4. I used to work at a gas station that's also famous for their food. It's popular in the Midwest. I would usually work the night shift from 4 to 11 p.m. I would walk home, about 2 miles. I would do this on my own, and I never had issues, other than a few times, where I'd feel as though I was being followed, even though I could never see or hear anyone. It's important to start off this way to show that I have no issues walking by myself at night, and I don't get freaked out often. One night, after I got home from work, I was just relaxing when I figured a walk would help me clear my mind. I got ready and left my house. I walked around a park in town and started to walk a different route home. I was about a block away from my house when I got a really strong feeling of someone or something needing help. And immediately, my attention was drawn to a house built into the side of a hill. There was a garage built underneath the house, and there was a long, jagged staircase in front of the house to get to the front door. Next to the front door was a big bay window, which is where I felt the feeling coming from. There was no sign of life at or inside the house, but I felt as though there was someone banging on the bay window, crying and screaming for help, asking if I can just open the door so they can escape the house. I found myself walking toward the house, almost in tears from the overwhelming emotions. I then stopped myself as it felt like I'd run into a brick wall of darkness. I felt an energy that told me if I took more than one more step up the stairs, I would be hurt badly, if not killed, by the dark presence. I continued to stare at the house for about 10 minutes, unable to leave but unable to help. I finally heard a car a ways down the other block, and I sort of snapped out of my trance. I started to walk away from the house, but kept looking back. With each step I took away from that house, a feeling of hopelessness continued to grow. I walked past the same house thousands of times, both day and night, and I've never felt anything like that since, anywhere else or from that location. This was in 2016. This is a much longer post than I expected, so I'll end it here. I know many of you will be skeptical, and that's okay. I would be too. I grew up in an area that used to be a Potawatomi Sioux and a French fur trading village. This history is relevant. Outside of town, just down the road from my grandma's house, was a clearing in the woods, on top of a hill right near a spring. When I was a kid, my dad chose to situate a single-story, ranch-style prefab house in that clearing, and we moved into it when I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. The weirdness started right away. Within a few days of moving in, we were all watching a movie in the living room. We heard a loud bang, like a gunshot, in the kitchen. When we went to see if something had fallen over, nothing was out of place. Then came the silhouettes that would walk behind us and our reflections, always in the kitchen windows. After that came the footsteps on the roof. Always after midnight, pacing slowly from one end of the house to the other, like someone keeping watch. I think I was the only person who ever heard those, since everyone was usually asleep by then. Sometimes I would go out onto the back porch to see if anyone was up there, but of course, there never was. Finally, it all came to a head when I was 16. It was late, and I was shutting everything down for the night, turning off all the lights room by room as I headed to my bedroom. I stopped in the kitchen just long enough to get a cup of water, and then I turned off that light. At this point, only the hallway light and my bedroom light were on. I was taking a drink as I headed into the dining room, and when I lowered the cup, I saw a person standing in front of me, and I stopped. It was another girl who looked about my age. She had long blonde hair that was wild and messy, like she'd just rolled out of bed and come running. And she was wearing a dingy, whitish, Civil War era nightgown. And she had blue eyes that were open wide in sheer terror. I don't know if she was looking at me or at someone who had once been standing in that exact same spot, but she clearly saw someone or something that terrified her. Then I blinked and she was gone. Some years later, after I'd half forgotten about the incident, I was reading up on my hometown's history. I'd already known that the Potawatomi village, site of a former Potawatomi Indian village, has been on the town's billboard for longer than I can remember. But I hadn't known about the French traders, nor had I known that after the Civil War, indigenous people and French folk alike were rounded up and forcibly relocated by the U.S. Army so the land could be seized by the government and redistributed to the soldiers as payment for their service during the war. And I thought about our convenient little clearing in the woods, and the footsteps on the roof in the middle of the night, and the shadows, and the gunshot, and the girl. And I couldn't help but wonder. This happened October 5th, 2008. I remember the day since we were on our way home from my cousin's wedding, and my sister's baby shower was the next day. My husband and I left the wedding around 10 p.m. As family weddings go, it was a long day. We didn't drink alcohol since we knew we had a lot to do the next day and drive home. Preface: the wedding was hosted in a town that we're familiar with, and the story is based on roads that we've driven 1,000 times, in the dark and in the daylight. This is fall in a small, quaint, northeastern town. My husband is a non-believer and never agreed with my point of view on ghosts or spirits, but we've made it work. We leave the wedding and are driving home. My mind is filled with how late it is and how much I have to do tomorrow to get the shower set up. I'm really hoping everything is perfect and that I haven't forgotten to prepare anything. As we make a left to go up a small incline, I see this mist off to the right. It's about 5 foot, swirling up, and approximately 8 feet into the yard. My brain automatically shoots over to, that's weird. Why is a storm drain in the middle of a yard? It looked very similar to the condensation one would see from a New York City vent, moisture that most of us know and are familiar with when the ground is warmer than the air. I'm still hyper-focused on why this drain is in the middle of the yard, so as we drive by, I look to the ground where the mist is hovering. As I'm looking down into the yard, trying to see the drain, my husband yells. Yes, yells.
"Oh my God! Did you see that?"
He curses all the time, but up until that point that I have known him, he's never yelled, "Oh my God," before. Shocked, I reply, "What? That strangely placed drain?" Shakily, he replied, "No, that lady." I didn't see a lady. I was looking. She was see-through, wearing old-fashioned clothing, standing there in the yard. You were looking out the window. That's when I realized the mist he saw was potentially a ghost, and the mist I picked up on as strange placement for a storm drain were one and the same. What was it? Condensation or a ghost? After this, my husband has never spoken of it again or repeated what he saw. Super frustrating at times, but I respect that he does not want to discuss it. The first time I mentioned this experience to my sister, he got superbly upset that I had said he said, "Oh my God." I know he said it, since it's something he never said before around me. The tone of what he said made it stick in my mind forever. We went back through there the next day. No Halloween decorations, no drains, nothing that we could find to explain what we saw. We've driven that road time and time again. There are no storm drains, no sidewalks, about 18 inches of gravel shoulder. When I'm a passenger riding through there, I still to this day try to find the oddly placed storm drain in the middle of someone's yard. I find it fascinating that we both picked up on it as something out of place. My rational mind said storm drain, while my husband decided something else had made him look right at it. Whatever it was, ghost or condensation, it's been a fun campfire story to tell. This is by far the creepiest and spookiest experience I've ever had. This happened at the school I went to in the Philippines. It was a Catholic one, but not the strict kind. To describe what happened, my classroom at the time is at the end of a hallway located on the first floor. Across from our classroom is our mini library, where our librarian sat behind the door. Beside that library were the bathrooms for boys and girls. The girls' bathroom is bigger, with 3 stalls inside of it. The boys' one was an entire bathroom without stalls. It's way back in 2003, and I'm in the 3rd grade. It was the summery time, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had an ongoing class at this time, so I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I walked across the hallway, and I reached the girls' bathroom. Just a brief description of how the bathroom looked. When you enter, a big, dirty, scratchy mirror on the wall will welcome you. Beneath it was a clogged, dirty sink. Beside the sink were the stalls, 3 of them, made of soft aluminum material. The locks on the doors were broken. This is an important detail of the stalls. So when I entered the bathroom, I was the only one in the area. No other students inside the boys' bathroom or the other stalls. All the doors of the stalls were wide open. I'm usually a scaredy cat kind of girl, so I went inside the first stall. Since the locks were broken, I just held the door while peeing, so if anyone entered, they'll know I was there. As I was finishing my business, a sudden gust of wind entered the bathroom, and I felt someone, a presence, enter the bathroom. I waited for that someone to enter the stalls, but nothing happened. I was clueless, but I didn't think it was a ghost at first. But I heard the faucet in the 3rd stall open, and water was flowing. I, without thinking too much, peeped below the cubicles. There was no one, no feet, not anything, just water flowing. I was too freaked out. I hurriedly fixed my uniform, and when I was trying to open the door, it wouldn't even budge. Remember, the lock was broken, so just a little touch would have opened it. But it was not moving. I was so hysterical that I was punching the door so much it had dents in it. I was screaming and crying and really, really scared. I tried kicking the door, but it won't move. I screamed louder. My throat was getting sore until finally my teacher and the librarian came to get me. They opened the door, mind you, without any force. I was dumbfounded, and they asked me what happened. I told them everything. They just stared at each other and gave me a fine but worried laugh, and they helped me back to class. It was the scariest feeling I've ever felt because I felt helpless. I remember stories of other students seeing ghosts and such in that school. Some say that the schools were initially rice plains where salvage bodies were usually thrown. So I guess that could explain it all, if it's true.
18 years passed, and that memory is still clear as glass. I hope that will never happen again to me. I have few stories left, but nothing beats this one. This morning, I had the most frightening experience of my life. Just to put a setting in place, my room has my bed in the middle, against the back wall, directly in front of my closet. I woke up with a sweat around 2 a.m. thinking it was too hot. It's getting hotter in Australia. So I got up to turn on my fan. I felt paranoia, as anyone would, walking across the room at 2 a.m. But something was strange. Something was watching me. I don't know where from, but I didn't think much of it. I put quiet music on in my Google Home and went back to sleep. I woke up maybe 3:50 a.m., again, still sweating. This was strange, as I had turned my fan on. My music had stopped. My Google Home was showing the sign that it was trying to connect to the Wi-Fi. I realized I was too tired to move, so I shifted my eyes to the front of me to reveal my closet. And I saw someone staring at me with a flat expression. I squinted my eyes to see if I was seeing it clearly. But as I realized I was in reality and everything was real, it realized I was awake. A flat expression shifted to a large smile. I got up in my bed to get my fight or flight instincts ready, but by the time I lifted myself up, the noise of something falling came from my closet, and the doors closed. My Google Home reconnected to Wi-Fi and blared my music aloud. My parents walked into my room and said, "What's going on?" asking what that noise was. I explained everything, and they believed me. We ended up moving my mattress onto the floor into my parents' room. Anyway, now it's been 10 hours since this experience. I'm still in shock, and I'm confused. What if I never woke up? Was the sweat a warning sign? Why was my Wi-Fi disconnected from my Google Home and reconnected when the closet shut? If anyone has had a similar experience, please help me out. I'm scared to go into my room now. I know it could be me seeing stuff, but it reacted when it knew I was awake. So something is not right. My little sister's been drawing progressively more and more violent pictures in her notebook. She's 5, and yesterday her kindergarten teacher had a meeting with our mom after school when we came to pick her up. I waited in the car with my sister while they spoke in the classroom. I knew it was bad because windows to the kindergarten room faced the front courtyard parking lot. My mom and the teacher both glancing out the window at the Jeep that we're sitting in, their expressions dressed with looks of concern. When my mom returns to the car, she's carrying a handful of papers that my sister Jaden's covered in some pretty horrific imagery using her crayons. Pictures of houses with people burning inside, families hanging in trees, and this tall, dark scribble with red eyes floating above a bed while a girl is crying in it. I flipped through the pages again. I noticed the black scribble was hidden everywhere in each of the drawings that Jaden had made. Sitting in the kitchen of the firehouse, I originally didn't notice it until I saw the red eyes, which I thought was smoke originally. The next picture, it's crouched in the branches above the hanging family. I turned to ask what these scary drawings were about, but my mom stopped me, advising to wait until we got home. The rest of the trip home, Jaden danced to Kids Bop, and I couldn't help but stare at the art that she'd created. Crayon marks with raised edges of crushed wax, a result of how hard she was pressing while drawing these vile depictions. When the Jeep pulls to a stop in our driveway, Jaden jumps out and runs inside the house, giving my mom a chance to briefly tell me what the kindergarten teacher had told her. At recess, earlier that day, Jaden fell to the ground and started convulsing. When the patrol staff saw her, they ran over, and Jaden instantly got back up to her feet, saying, then laughing and running off. It really scared the elderly woman who first saw Jaden bouncing and squirming on the ground. I asked my mom if she saw that Jaden had drawn a red-eyed black scribble person in every picture. She said yes, her teacher did too. Although this doesn't need mentioning from an emotional perspective because we love Jaden like she is our real family, but she is in fact my stepfather Jeff's daughter from a previous marriage. My mom and Jeff got married when she was in her terrible twos. Jaden was actually relatively decent as a toddler, though. She always used to be a good kid, and that's why this recent spike in behavior has been quite unsettling to the rest of the family. That weekend, Jeff managed to get Jaden a Zoom appointment with a therapist. After Jaden got off the call, the therapist stayed on a little longer with Jeff and my mom. I sit off screen and I listen as they discuss the conversation. The therapist tells them Jaden mentioned the red-eyed entity during their time together. Jaden's named it Mr. Red. She says it shows her how she died in past lives. Her pictures are from the images that are shown in her head. Jaden explained it as a movie behind her eyes. The therapist asked if Jeff or my mom know where she could be getting these inspirations from. They both shake their heads. Jeff and my mom are two of the most laid-back individuals you'd ever meet. Our house isn't filled with chaos and no routines have drastically changed. The therapist concludes by scheduling another follow-up later the next week and asks us to continue observing her behavior, writing down anything out of the ordinary. Later that night, after dinner, while Jeff and my mom are outside smoking cigarettes, I go into Jaden's room and I ask about Mr. Red. I'm not one to beat around the bush. The fastest way to find something out is simply by asking. So I asked, "Who's Mr. Red?" As if common knowledge, Jaden tells me Mr. Red's an angel and that they had met in her before life. She says Mr. Red brought her to her now mom, Latrish. Jaden was familiar with his presence and spoke of Mr. Red like referencing a friend from school who'd been absent. She then says she hadn't seen Mr. Red since being Jaden. I ask how recent was his last visit. She says at school today. Jaden says that she thinks she fell because Mr. Red was picking her up off the ground, telling her to go have fun. She doesn't remember telling the recess teacher, "Gotcha." Trying not to scare her, I act casual while she tells me all of this, which I then relay to Jeff and my mom the moment I exit Jaden's room. My mom wrote it all down for the therapist. Their appointment's scheduled for next Wednesday at 3. But I don't think my anxiety can wait that long for a theory as to what my sister's doing. Could this just be a wild attempt at getting attention? Are there any other questions I should be asking her? Parents or older siblings, is this just what kindergartners do? My grandma and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought the house was, like a specific date, but she said she didn't know, and that it was definitely old. At night, they would hear doors open and shut in the house, all night long, and the sound of a cat screeching. Finally, her daddy had had enough, and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if that would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept doing it, opening, shutting, and the sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. The house was set up high on stones. There was no skirting under the home. It was just open. Someone had tried to build a cellar to connect to the home, but never finished it. On the ground, every day that they went down there, they would find balls of long hair. It looked gray and like women's hair. And underneath the hair was coins or change. They would just toss the hair and grab the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mom got sick, so great-great-grandma, which was Grandma's mom's mother, came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it. I asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma, to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night and got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and never came back to that house. Across the road, and across from the house where they lived, was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling, and it looked like it had seen better days. Every night, on the top floor in one of the windows, everyone saw a candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad was curious, and one day, during sunlight of course, he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from, and if anyone was living there. The kids came along. Great-grandpa walked inside. The house on the inside looked worse, and there was no way that someone could go up the stairs to the top floor because the stairs had rotted away. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man. He looked up and he said to her. Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that rancher house again. They stayed in their house from when my grandma was 8 till she was 11, and the family moved. This happened last Halloween. I spent a few nights at Rolling Hills Asylum with a friend of mine, and to be honest, at first, I was really skeptical of the whole place, due to the owners acting like the ghosts just come out and chat, like Casper. Nonetheless, I had a weird experience that made me lean more towards believing something is possibly going on there. My friend was pushing me around in a wheelchair when I saw a black shadow person run across the hall, but bending in ways people shouldn't bend. So I got up and froze, and to my surprise, my friend just goes, "What? Someone just crossed the hall?" And I said something along the lines of, "That wasn't human." And we proceeded to debate if it was a person or not, and we realized we can easily just clear the hall room by room and see if anyone was on the floor with us. After searching the wing, we realized not only was there no one in the room we saw it run into, no one was even in the entire wing. So, can someone explain this?